All right, here we go. Ba ba da ba ba ba. Ba ba da ba ba ba. Ba 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 da ba 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 da ba ba ba. That's the Krusty Krab training video. Which when I was younger, that episode was boring as shit. Like that, I hated that episode. I hated it so much. But now as an adult, I realize it was actually probably the funniest episode of SpongeBob. I just needed to grow up a little first. Now I am revisiting Halo 2 Anniversary as I prep for this CEA video. There we go. YouTube, the link will be here. Hey, everybody in here. How y'all doing, guys? Welcome, welcome. Everybody pour in. Alrighty. And then we can get this party started. All together. No, I don't remember them doing that. Why do you ask? Well, I ask because it makes for a nice title. Hello, Crash for Bash 2. How you doing, buddy? Is that a Crash Bandicoot reference, your name? Or is that just, like, it sounded good? I was just watching your videos. Perfect timing. Wild. Oh my god, that is loud in my ears. Possibly. It's possibly. Okay. So you're saying there's a chance. Hey, late night. Hello, Iacon82. How you doing, buddy? Hopefully things are going well, man. You ever wonder why we're here, says Litton? No. I can't say that I do. I know what you're referencing, though. Oh, the best intro. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. It's, oh, God, like, the entire Halo trilogy had banger intro boot-up screens. I'm hard-pressed to figure out which one is my favorite. No, I think I just used that term incorrectly. I don't know which one's my favorite. It changes depending on how I'm feeling, what mood I'm in. But definitely that one is pretty damn good. So Crash for Bash, if you are a Crash fan, if your name is possibly Crash Bandicoot related, I heard somebody say recently that the Crash Insane trilogy, which I remember being highly regarded as somebody who did not grow up with Crash Bandicoot, who is modestly interested in playing the games. I've heard a take recently that took me by surprise, which is the Crash Insane trilogy is not good. And it is not a good way to experience those games. If you are a Crash fan, can you confirm that or not? Hello, Isaiah. When you first saw the intro, were you blinded by its majesty? Not blinded, but I was definitely shell-shocked. I enjoyed it. The physics are a little fucked up compared to the original, though. Yeah, that seems to be par for the course. How, like, fucked up are we talking? Are we talking, like, there are parts of the game that do not feel good to play, or are we talking like... It's definitely playable, but if you want the true experience, then you need to play the original. Let's set up for a nice little play session. Make everything look nice and dandy. Okay. All right. I've also got this skull on. I like playing Halo 2 with this skull because the AI in Halo 2, they're not as like clever as the AI in Halo 1. And it's not because they're dumber. It's because they've got more that they need to keep track of. So the AI at any given moment, they've got like more options available to them. So they kind of hang up and they get confused. That's why you'll see like the elites will do weird things where instead of charging you, they'll turn right around and then climb on top of a box and then like hop off and just weird stuff like that. I find that this skull kind of fixes a lot of that because they don't lose track of you. They kind of know exactly where you are when combat starts, so they make smarter decisions. Because they also lose you a lot in Halo 2. The Halo 2 was originally kind of envisioned as you were going to have this like lean feature, you know, where you could kind of pop in and out of cover, take a couple of shots, maybe throw a grenade, flush enemies out of cover. They'd be flushing you out of cover. So they were trained to fire at your last known position quite often because it kind of simulated like suppressive fire. But what just ends up happening is they lose track of you really often and they look like idiots who are shooting continuously over and over the last spot that they saw you at. Do you like Halo Wars? Yeah, I do. For example, a jump that would be possible to land in the original, you may just fall to your death in the remake. Okay, interesting. Is it running on... Is it kind of like a Halo situation where it's running on some branch of the original engine? Or is it, for the most part, just completely original, the code base? And they kind of had to remake Crash Bandicoot from the ground up and didn't quite get the feeling down. All right, the Heretic. Let's go. I've spent the past hour playing Battlefield 6, and I don't know if I'm burnt out or the game has something that's weird. Battlefield 6 is definitely exhausting to play for too long. The latest update that they've done, the latest couple of updates, I think have actually solved a lot of the issues because they're taking steps to inject a bit more recoil into the game, a little bit more deliberative firing patterns where, you know, you can't just like hold down the button and you'll be good to go. But it's still not as like skillful, I think, as like Battlefield 4, even Battlefield 1 to an extent. And it's definitely not as chilled out because those games had like the suppression mechanic, which meant you weren't being constantly cross-mapped by laser beams. So it's definitely like you can play maybe a few matches and then you start to like just like it kind of gets to you, you know, the meat grinder. Oh, hell yeah. Here we go. Halo 2 anniversary. Halo 2 anniversary, folk. LMG, is that you? Oh, it's been so long. Hello, Kyle Parkhurst.
There was only one chip. One. Are you sure?
These blur cutscenes, I remember when they first came out, they were shocking.
Why was it not destroyed?
Like, the level of quality was shocking. And still, I think they look incredible. Like, they're kind of low resolution now. I think the resolution is something like 1080p. They also run at, like, 30 FPS, I think. So they kind of feel out of sync with the gameplay, but they still look great.
Land on the sacred ring
and desecrated
Es-
with their
especially if you
filthy
consider
footsteps.
that this game had about 50 minutes of cutscene. 50 minutes. That's almost an hour. Like, add an extra 30 minutes to that, and it would have been a feature-length movie. And Blur had under a year to essentially do
Master Chief.
2/3 of a feature-length movie.
There was nothing I could do.
Noble prophet of truth, this has gone on long enough. Make an example of this.
X,
bungler.
DQ, TD
council
Bank,
demands
Evil
it.
Dead Burn,
You are one of our
Trivago,
most
Home
treasured
Depot, some smartwatch, some car shaver, and a Burger King ad all in 3 minutes of
But
ads.
your inability
That's
to
crazy.
safeguard Halo.
Was the
One of
Dairy
the lawful
Queen ad at
failure.
least good? What about the Burger King? It's a completely new... Okay, it's a completely new engine that the devs tried. They're not going to get it.
No.
Not with like a
You will
AAA
not.
development pipeline, like, or not pipeline, timeline, you know, like there's certain deadlines that you have to hit. There's only so
Weight of your heritage.
much time that you can spend on researching. Like, they're gonna miss a lot. Sad thing about Halo 2 is that it gutted stealth and the mechanic never recovered. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, each subsequent game just had an obligatory sleepy grunt punt sequence. Yeah. Halo 2 really walked back the stealth segments a lot, and it sucks. They, if I remember right, some of the plans with, like, their lighting engine that they were going to do is they wanted you to be able to, like, shoot lights out and shroud an environment in darkness. Almost like somewhat stealth sequences.
From Songnam this morning. Try and take it easy until you get used to the upgrades. Okay, let's test your targeting first thing. Please look at the top light.
My friends teased me one night about probably knowing every line from Halo 2. I recited the whole script one night for 2 hours and they listened. Wait, seriously? You're not kidding, right? Really?
Go ahead and look
The
at
entire
top
Halo
light,
2
Chief.
script. Even I don't...
Now look
Are you
at
talking
the
about
bottom
gameplay
light.
as well?
Look at the top light again. That's it. Now the bottom one. Okay.
Truth looks like
Everything
balls
checks out.
in Anniversary.
I'm gonna offer
I...
you
Okay.
inhibitors. Move around a little,
I don't
get
like
a
the look
feel
of the
for it.
Prophets
When you're
that
ready,
much
come
in
meet
Halo
me
2
by the
Anniversary. They look too human, their eyes. I kind of like in the original that their eyelashes, something about their eyelashes combined with the way that their eyes kind of protrude in different directions, and they're very, you know, unhuman. They're very alien looking. It gives them like a very,
This station will test your
very
recharging
creepy
energy
look.
shield.
I mean, granted, like, the new look of the Prophets, they're not
Your
terrible
new
or
armor
anything like
shields
that.
are extremely resilient. Very
It's more of
efficient.
just like a little art style thing.
Much better than the Covenant tech we
Human
use for the
faces look a bit
Mark V.
uncanny in Halo 2 Anniversary. Well,
Go
come on.
ahead and use the
Yeah,
switch in front of
there's-
you to start the shield test.
This was 2014, and we saw by Call of Duty Modern Warfare, the reboot of Modern Warfare, Blur's face
If your shield's
technology
down,
has
find
come
some cover.
so
Wait
far.
for the meter to read
Like, the
full charge.
cutscenes in the Modern Warfare reboot look so
You done with my
good.
boy here, Master Guns?
They look so crazy good.
His armor's working fine, Johnson, so shut your chilly
This is the
hole.
moment when John Halo looks at the lights. It is. It is.
You're free to go.
And then he
sir.
looks
Just
at the
remember
top
to
light.
keep things
Okay. Then the bottom one. All right. Look at this.
Come on, Chief. They're ready for us on the
After
bridge.
everything that they learned from Combat Evolved Anniversary, Saber Interactive, I feel like they went into this project
Yeah,
probably a
on the left,
lot
Chief.
more
We're gonna be
confident, and it shows. Because there's still like color temperature differences. The tech is obviously very different. There's a lot of changes to the environment, but this feels a lot more like Halo 2. Like it's supposed to be the world of Halo 2, you know? Where Combat Evolved Anniversary looked unrecognizable at points. This is a detail, though, in the original that I like, that they did not carry over. You can see you can, like, read what it's saying. Coded message, rejected by administration, may contain harmful content. Like, it's just, like, a bunch of, like, nonsense, but it's completely gone here. And it's mostly just stuff that's, like, related to the station itself.
Waiting, Chief.
Yeah, thief style. It's annoying how the moment you alert one enemy, all enemies become psychically alerted as well. No grace period where you kill the guy alerted before he calls out to his buds. Yeah. ODST tried, bless it, to bring back some of the stealth mechanics, but by then it was like operating off of the Halo 3 engine, which was so further expanded from the Halo 2 engine that, like, a lot of the stealth, it was like it was gone. You know, all the, not that, like, Combat Evolved was super nuanced or anything, but
So, John,
the stealth
when you gonna tell me
from Halo Combat Evolved was nowhere to be found. It was basically Halo 2.
Classified.
my ass? Well, you can forget about those adjustments to your A2s.
Well, he's in a particularly fine mood. Maybe Lord Hood didn't give him an invitation.
I just appreciate how they kept the geometry intact so you're not shooting into invisible walls. Yeah, they got a lot better at making sure that the geometry lines up mostly one-to-one. I think that's because Halo 2 is a little bit more, like, complex, the geometry, than Halo 1. But definitely some of it is also because for a lot of Halo 2 or Combat Evolved Anniversary's development, they did not actually have the systems online to be able to see if the geometry was lining up. And, you know, for all the shit-talking of, like, instances in Combat Evolved Anniversary where geometry doesn't line up, I actually think they did a better job than people give them credit for. Because what we essentially see in Combat Evolved Anniversary are the bits that they did not clean up. And we'll never see all of the bits that they did have to clean up, you know?
Now look, the Cairo is just
First Strike coded.
geosync platforms. That Mac
I have not read First Strike yet, but I'm looking forward to reading it. I'm a fan of the way Joe Staten writes Halo, because I like that he takes the Halo universe a little bit less seriously. People are more like caricatures of people than they are like real people.
Nobody's saying much, but I'll bet something big's about to happen.
Some of the cinematography was lost in the new cutscenes as well. Oh yeah. That's a gripe that I have with Halo 2 Anniversary, is a lot of the subtle storytelling in the cutscenes is lost.
You told me you were gonna wear something nice.
Uh-oh.
Folks need heroes.
What's going on?
To give them hope. So smile. But yeah, well, we still got something to smile
Did
about.
the game crash? The game crashed. Uh-oh, this isn't good. Hang on. Kill him, he's a traitor! Okay, there we go. Okay. I was like, oh no, it's not gonna close the game. Let's try again. Or how the enemy's field of view is dictated by their animations. An elite looking over his shoulders can actually spot you sneaking up behind him. In Combat Evolved, I don't think so. Like when they're looking like to the side. Is that true? That's actually cool if that's the case. That's crazy. Do you wish Halo 2 remakes' cutscenes were in-engine? There is a part of me that wishes it was, but I also think for the sake of, like, the development timelines, it was probably... the project probably would not have come out if it wasn't for the fact that Blur was doing all the cutscenes. You know? Also, I like this opening sequence because we get to hear some of Johnson's lines when he's not talking like a cartoon character. Oh yeah, where he's smile, Chief. Well, still got something to smile about. Like he says a lot with just a single sentence, which is something Joe Staten is also really good at. Like he's really good at a story being told within a simple sentence. You know, people saying two things at once, basically. Like Joe Staten's almost like the master at that.
You told me there wouldn't be any cameras.
And you told me you were gonna wear something nice. Folks need heroes, Chief, to give them hope. So smile, would you? Well, we still got something to smile about.
There we go. Blur making really good use of those Halo Wars 1 Marines. Arbiter's helmet in the remastered graphics. The Elite's faces are a little bit more human in the anniversary graphics. They're flatter, with their eyes a little bit closer together and more like human-like. And to draw attention to the face and make it expressive, they did look at the shape of his helmet. Hang on. In the original graphics, it's more like a jet cockpit, you know? It slicks back really nicely. But in the anniversary graphics, it's like a baseball cap where it goes upwards and then back. And it makes the Elites look very goofy. In Halo 2 Anniversary, they look like they got backwards baseball caps on.
Go ahead, Cortana.
Another whisper, sir, near Io. We have probes en route.
I apologize, but we're going to have to make this quick.
You look nice.
It was so cool seeing the Covenant Society for the first time.
Yeah.
It's also like very different from how Halo 1 portrayed the Covenant. Like in Halo 1, the Covenant were extremely kind of like, not generic, that's not the term, but they were like aliens. They were like monster aliens. They had UFOs. Even like when you get inside the Covenant ship, it's not like religious music or holy music or anything like that. When you get into their ship, it's like dark and seedy, and like the music is like electronic-y beeping and spooky, scary synths. Like very alien. This game, though, leans hardcore into the more religious aspects of them. And they're very, like, Shakespearean and very theatrical, which I like. And then, of course, the brutes are just, like, a shit ton of fun. I like big monsters. Like, big monsters are a lot of fun. And the brutes play the role of big monsters really well. They just like being mean.
Slip space ruptures directly off our battle cluster.
Show me.
15 Covenant capital ships.
They gave the Elites forward-facing eyes of a predator. It is Predator-like, but I think the inspiration was more to give them human-like traits so that they can emote better for the performances. Same reason that the brutes, they got rid of that bear snout that they had in the original and flattened their faces so that there could be more human-like features, you know. So you can see like micro expressions on a brute's face. Same with the prophets as well. They're like crazy, you know, bug eyes that they used to have. Like they made them look a little bit more human as well.
Right this way.
We need legislation for digital ownership. I agree, Andrew, and I think it won't matter. All we gotta do is put our money where our mouth is and buy physical when we can. This reminds me, did I ever tell you my conspiracy theory about why the Arbiter's armor in Halo 5 is like that? No, I would like to hear the conspiracy theory. This is okay. Here is something interesting. This model of the SMG is actually the model that was made for Halo Online, which Saber Interactive was also working on. So rather than making a new SMG model that's like a little bit more faithful to the original one, this they just ripped from Halo Online. And then what Certain Affinity did for Halo 2 Anniversary Multiplayer, which was made in the Halo 4 engine, there was an SMG model that was made for Halo 4 back when it was going to be a gun in that game. And it actually looks surprisingly like this one. Only difference is the magazine was inserted in the pistol, like an Uzi. So if you go to Halo 2 Anniversary Multiplayer, if you look at the magazine of the SMG, because it's using that cut Halo 4 model, you can still see the little like segmenting where the magazine slides in, even though they gave it a more classic reload style. Thank you, Halo, for releasing physical copies still. Yes, I saw that they took some digs at Sony, and I appreciate that folks are asking a lot. Dude, look how crazy high quality that hat is. To be honest, it's a good asset in the original too. You can see the material that it's supposed to be. Good stuff.
How's it going, Malta?
The synth music, in my opinion, is an unfortunate lost aspect of the post-CE Covenant. Tracks like Ambient Wonder and Alien Corridors really gives them an audio identity unique to the monastic Forerunner environs. Yes, I agree. Yeah, it's like that, the Covenant are supposed to be kind of like scary. Like their stuff is beautiful looking, but there's also definitely supposed to be that otherworldly, like they are scary, you know? And Halo CE definitely had that. There was this kind of like distance to them. They weren't very humanized, and their motivations were very vague. Which obviously was because, you know, the game that was not the goal of the game. It had very little interest in doing that. But even Halo 2, I find something that is lost in the anniversary version a little bit is that the Covenant were still supposed to have some of that, like, scary darkness. Like, a High Charity was not supposed to be super bright and well-lit. The intention of the original High Charity, at least in the classic graphics, is that a lot of it was still, like, shrouded in darkness. Like, you got this very creepy vibe that there was lots of shadow, lots of darkness, and then there were moments of just like spotlights, you know, where the aliens gathered to talk, but there was lots of like movement in the darkness, very creepy, very kind of shadowy, which when you get to High Charity for the first time, kind of like navigating the aliens' holy city, it's very creepy, kind of dark and foreign feeling. At least for human beings. I appreciate the breakdown videos. Also, my favorite details here are the 3D ships outside. Are they 3D ships? Are they 3D ships? I think they're still 2D sprites. They're just like really good looking ones. Hang on, let me go back. Yeah, those guys. Oh, you mean like those. Oh, that's good looking. Yeah, because they're they are just 2D sprites in the original graphics. Oh, that guy. I think that guy's a 2D sprite. He might have rendered too close to the screen. Screen space reflections in the water are broken for Halo 2 Anniversary from the last MCC update. So, like, are they? Are they broken? Okay.
Hey, when you gonna start fighting, Split Lip?
Oh yeah, the alarms. That is... Crap, what's that alarm called? I just did my sound effects video. It's a stock sound effect. But they replaced it with this sound in the anniversary graphics. How is Pumpkin? He's doing good. He's sleeping on the couch right now. Wonder if Halo 2 Anniversary was going to reuse the Reach Elites. No. It was, they used Halo Online Elites as placeholders, but the intention was that there were going to be new Elite models made. Because Blur was doing the CGI cutscenes, and there was going to be a lot of, like, up in your face camera work, lots of close-ups. So they did need something that was extremely high resolution, as well as very emotive, so that you could have like emotional scenes, read expressions. And those Elite Reach, the Reach Elites, as cool as they look, there are limits. The only Reach assets in the cutscenes are the Grunts and the Jackals. And, like, that's okay, because the Grunts and Jackals, they're not exactly, like, the hero characters. Grunts, you can't even see their mouths. And their eyes are a little bit too small and beady for complex emotions. And Jackals are just, like, big, birds. Man, I love Halo 2 Anniversary. Yeah, Halo 2 Anniversary is pretty cool. Their Combat Evolved Anniversary is an instance where just across the board, the original game does look better. But Halo 2, I think, is a game where, because of its development, and how rough its development actually was, and how unfinished a lot of its art, unfortunately, ended up being, there are moments where Halo 2 Anniversary, it genuinely is like you can have it either way, like which one looks better. Like, I prefer the general color palette and tone of the original graphics. But then there is stuff like, the higher resolution shadows and lighting, where you get that, like, outer space lighting here, where it's, like, super bright, vivid lights, because we got the sun over there, with really harsh, strong shadows. And I think Delta Halo generally, kind of across the board, looks better in Halo 2 Anniversary. And that's just because they're, like, there is lighting. Where in the original game, Delta Halo kind of looked like mashed potatoes with some palm trees every now and then. Or not palm trees, but like, foresty trees. I like brutes looking like apes. Brutes are kind of like a mixture of an ape and like a bear. Like, obviously there is like the Chewbacca, like, Wookiee gorilla look, but there is a lot of like bear that I think sometimes gets forgotten.
Does the word training mean anything? Mind if I use that one?
There it is.
Hey, lobster! Hey, check it out.
Play on Legendary. I could probably up it to Heroic, I'm thinking. Something going on with the reflections there.
We won!
It's gonna explode over there. Oh, it's directly behind here.
Real bad.
Here, watch this. We can reset the checkpoint so that we can see that scripted sequence. Man, dual wielding was cool. Dual wielding was super duper cool. Like, I know it was probably a nightmare for the developers, but selfishly as a player, I have fun with dual wielding, and They should work harder for my enjoyment. What bear are we talking about? Like a panda bear? Oh yeah, definitely. There's a lot of cuddly panda bear in the Brute.
They're retreating. We won.
This is bad. Real bad.
That is cool looking, man. Like, goddamn, the visual effects in Halo 2 Anniversary are extremely good. They're just like really, really good. That's like one of the unsung heroes of Combat Evolved Anniversary. You know, as many visual woes as it has, I feel like something they actually did quite a good job on was the visual effects, and they only got better here. In fact, it looks better than the original game, because the original game, they had to downgrade a lot of visual effects stuff from Combat Evolved in order to make room for other more advanced visual effects elements. But sadly, one of the things that, you know, got the boot was the sparks. Like, if you remember when you had an assault rifle in Halo 1, like, and you just lit up the ground like this, especially a metal surface, like, sparks were going everywhere, and they had their own, like, their own physics systems. But here, it's like 4 sparks max, maybe 3, and those despawn almost immediately. And the actual impact, like the puff of light, it's a 2D GIF. Like, you can see that it's 2D. Like, it's not fooling anyone, you know? But then in the new graphics, look at that. Much better, much, much better. Escharum is straight up just a guy design-wise. Yeah, Escherum's a little bit too much just a guy. Like, I prefer my brutes looking a little bit cartoony. Like, I like when their tusks and their teeth are so big that they can't close their mouths properly. I'm really surprised that the Brutes haven't had a consistent design across all the games. Across any of the games. Well, that's because Bungie was never happy with the look of the Brutes. Like, with Halo 2, Shikai Wang famously was, like, kind of personally embarrassed by the look of the Brutes. He thought they looked ridiculous in Halo 2. They kind of looked like mashed potato Wookiees. Like, the tech wasn't good enough to make their hair look convincing. And the lighting downgrades, you know, shadows were less harsh, and so you just got these, like, flatly lit, kind of like Stay Puft Marshmallow Men walking around. For Halo 3, they wanted to go that angle of making it seem almost samurai-like, their armor. There was also, I think the quote was like, the barbarians have taken over Rome. There's a little bit of that aspect there, but
Chief, I'm showing active boarding craft
with Reach, they wanted to go for, like, kind of like along with the rest of the Covenant, making them seem a little bit less humanized, feel a little bit more alien, and they wanted the Brutes to seem like the most, like, devout, the most religious of the followers of the Covenant. So the Brutes have kind of, like, stripped themselves. They've got their bare skin showing, and you can see that they've got Forerunner symbols kind of tattooed and scarred all over their bodies. Versus the Elites, you know, who are a little bit more, like, armored up. They seem, you know, kind of like foreshadowing Halo 2, where it's like, there was always some distance between the Elites and the Prophets. Like, the Elites, somewhere in their hearts, they knew that they were kind of being had, where the Brutes were actually the genuine followers. But yeah, the Reach design, as noble as the intention was, I don't think it landed. I think they end up looking kind of odd in Reach. They look very weird.
Athens.
Halo Reach brutes feel rushed. Sort of, maybe. I don't know. They don't seem rushed. They seem more like a victim of how big Bungie was getting at the time, and how their resources were clearly aimed elsewhere at the time, you know? Like, there was less intentionality, less attention to detail. You know, animations for the characters were a little bit less detailed. They were more, like, I guess you could say pedestrian. Like, in Halo Combat Evolved, like, you know, the animations in Halo 2 for the characters are sort of a downgrade from Combat Evolved, even if they are, like, an upgrade in some other areas, like their ability to actually navigate the environment and physics and everything. They do come off as a little bit stiffer, but I feel like in Reach, things got a lot more polished, but how do I put this? The context that they exist in is kind of lost. They seem, there's the animation of the jackal fleeing in Halo Reach, where in prior Halo games, when a jackal is scared, they'll, like, be trembling and they'll have their hand over their head and they're like, walk, you know, and they, like, run away from you. Like, they're scared, they're fleeing. But in Reach, when they're fleeing from you, it's just like their combat stance, and they just, like, hop away, you know, like, hop facing away from you and then just kind of, like, take off walking. It's like a very mundane kind of, like, pedestrian set of animations that doesn't convey a sense of panic or needing to flee. And that might be because, you know, for Bungie, whether it was their internal animation team or a smaller animation team that was, you know, kind of overworked, or even outsiders like contractors and stuff, they didn't understand the context that the animation was supposed to be. Like, hey, this creature is going to be in the thick of combat, its shield was just taken down, and it's terrified and it's running for its life. The animator doesn't know that. It's like, just make an animation for when the jackal runs away from you. It's like, you got it, pal. I don't know if that made any sense. So, rushed. No, not rushed. Not rushed. Rushed is like, we don't have enough time to flesh this out. What I'm saying is, there was plenty of time, and that was the result of it. You know? Like, that's just kind of like, it was like a very, the job was done. Boxes were ticked. Like, there was something very passionate-less about some of the animation work. And I guess, you know, also the design of the brutes.
Hang on, everyone.
Not gonna lie, I'd probably include OG Marathon music in my own Halo reimagining. Tracks like Aliens Again Landing and New Pacific really work well as Halo music. Yeah, I think there are some tracks in Marathon that could work really well as, like, Halo music. I think what you'd want, the key, would be to use some of the original hardware to compose, you know, Halo 1 and Halo 2 soundtrack. Because then you could have that connective tissue where you're using the same software. The midnight release is dead, by the way. It is. It is. Once I realized this, I couldn't unsee it, but Escharum sounds like when you put those Halloween fangs on. His mouth even moves exactly like that. Well, that's because, unfortunately, Escharum, for a brute, he speaks a lot. He talks a lot. And the cutscenes, there are a lot of them. So you get an opportunity to see that Escharum, he does still have a set of teeth, even if they're not that big. But you can tell that, like, you know... Surely it must be hard to talk with a set of chompers like that. Yeah, Escharum was done by Darren DuPaul. And he also did the mocap for Escharum as well. And apparently Darren DuPaul had, like, a ton of fun doing Escharum. And the inspiration for Escharum is like a character... The music just stopped. God, the music playback is so borked in Halo... Or in the MCC. It's really frustrating that it'll, like, never be fixed. But the inspo for Esherum was actually televangelists. So Darren DePaul was told to like ham things up, be a little bit theatrical, a little bit over the top.
I owe you.
Fire team to Terminal 2.
Imagine hatching from an egg. I could not imagine hatching from an egg. Is the gravity not working? Maybe I'm misremembering because it's been so long. Oh, Escherum's speech is modeled off televangelists? Yeah. They, it was like, I don't know how much of it is actually, you can feel it in the final game, but the idea was supposed to be that Escherum was the wise old teacher that taught Atriox everything he knew. Like you were supposed to sort of get the vibe that he was like the old samurai that's now too old to fight, and so he's trained a younger one to kind of like carry on the flame. And now with Atriox dead, his pupil, like Escherum, has kind of been put in the position where he has to keep the Banished together, to keep them from falling apart. So there's a lot of like televangelist type stuff, you know, him like, I hear you, Atriox, from beyond the next life. Hear these words. We will carry out your mission. Like, almost turning Atriox into a martyr-like figure, which, if you know Atriox, that would be literally the last thing he'd want. Which is, you know, fun. They you know, they allude to a bit of that hypocrisy by showing the prophets. You know, kind of like a history repeating itself type thing. The Banished are starting to become as kind of crazy as the Covenant were, ironically becoming the thing they sought to escape from. Is Atriox really dead, though? No, of course not. That's why you don't ever see him die. It's because, no, obviously he's not dead. And then at the end of the game, you know, the last cutscene, you see that, in fact, Atriox very much survived his encounter with Chief, as well as the destruction of the Halo Ring. And his face is all melty. As a result, he's got burns on his face.
Chief, we don't have much time.
Doesn't the Banished have humans in their ranks? Yeah, they do, but I just sort of like ignore that part of it. The thing about liking Halo is you've got to understand that some aspects of Halo are done for the sake of the story immediately being told. So there are some things where you'll read a book that says one thing, and then you'll play a game where the story is completely different, and some aspects of it are at odds with what you read in the book, and it's like, that's because the book and the game have different story goals, and in order to not drive yourself crazy, you need to be able to detach those elements in your mind. It's like the Star Wars, pre-Disney Star Wars, where it's like there are some damn good books out there, and some of those books that you're going to read are going to contradict what you've seen in the movies. And that's okay, because the book's goal is not to be 100% canon, it's to tell a really good story. Escherum feels like 343 was copying Thanos. Does it? Thanos was always really calm and collected. Escherum was, like, dying, sickly, barely holding on to life, and really, really invigorated and enthusiastic about Chief. Like, Escherum is supposed to feel, like, kind of, like, tired and old and, like, weary, and clearly he's at the end of his life. And for a brute, the thought of dying of old age is like terrifying. Like dying in a boring way is like horrifying to a brute. Like they want to go out in a blaze of glory. They want to go out in a duel of honor. And so Master Chief being alive, like not just a Spartan being alive, the Master Chief, it's like the most exciting thing that's ever happened in Escherum's life. And he's literally staying alive just long enough so that he can be killed by Chief.
Just so you know, there are quite a few elites guarding the bomb. You may need to get creative.
Yeah, Thanos seemed sort of just done with everything, and the Avengers seemed really annoying, and like he didn't like them, and he didn't respect them, and he just kind of not in like a dismissive way. He just wished that they'd just kind of give up and let him do what he wanted, you know? There wasn't like that personal interest and obsession, where Escherum was very much obsessed with Chief, to the point that he kind of let everything go wrong just so that he could chase his like kind of personal bloodlust and desires for you know, the thrill. Like Escherum just he was in it for the thrill of the game, you know, for the love of the game. Sorry.
Your head now.
When they make a Halo Reach remake, should they get rid of Noble Team? No, I don't think so. If they ever were to remake Halo Reach, I'd want them to be, you know, faithful. I'm so tired of 343 aka Halo Studios making the books a requirement to understand what happens in the mainline story. Well, hopefully going forward that won't be a thing anymore.
Permission granted.
Escherum is more like Spider-Man 2's Kraven. That's a great way to put it. That is an excellent way to put it. Yeah, it's very much like that. Like the cutscene that explains exactly what Escherum's deal is,
I know what you're thinking,
is when you can see like the hologram of that initial brute ship like being destroyed, and there's like that brute that's like just flailing around and like screaming. He's, "Are you not angered?" Like, and you look at Escherum and he's like barely focusing, and his pupils, they built in Halo Infinite a system so that they could control the size of Escherum's pupils, which is crazy. And you can look at Escherum's pupils and it's like wide with love. Like Escherum's looking at the brute ship being destroyed, and his pupils are freaking huge, and he's just got this big grin on his face. He's barely listening. He's like, "Are you not angered?" And he's like, he looks down at his hands, he's like, "No, I feel invigorated." And like there's the light coming down from him. Like Escherum, for the first time in probably a very long time, Escherum feels alive. Like he's got a rival now. And like Escherum is just kind of like basking in his like, this is amazing, you know. He's got the happy chemicals surging through his brain, and then the other guy is just like freaking screaming, and you could see like Escherum kind of getting yanked out of like the happy haze that he's in, and that's why, you know, he orders Blade Master, shove that fucking asshole, shut him up for a second, oh my god, like he's ruining my moment. Shoves his head into the ground, he's like, "Shut the fuck up, shut the fuck up, shut the fuck up. We rock, we're the Banished, we rock, shut the fuck up." Then he's, "Piss off, go away."
For a brick, he flew pretty good.
Chief, get inside, gear up. We're taking this fight to the surface.
Yeah, these cutscenes were freaking crazy, man. The book nerds were just as confused by what's going on. Yeah, well, now Halo is in like this weird... It's in this bizarre spot where... It's in this bizarre spot where you can tell they don't really know where they're going to take the Halo franchise. They're playing things a little bit safe right now. The stuff still needs to come out. Stories still need to release.
Regret. Catchy.
And a lot of the books that are coming out are really well written, but they're mostly resolving things that have kind of been left hanging for quite a while. Like the Didact got his resolution in a recent book. The epilogue book to Halo Infinite recently, addressed some of the story things that we definitely were never going to see, carried forward into the next game.
We're going in.
But
get tactical, Marines.
Get aboard that carrier.
Miss Thanos got that neuron activation at Chief. Yeah, it basically was like that. Reach brutes suffer aura loss due to Neanderthal brow ridges. Also, you describe Esheram as a cross between Kenneth Copeland and Master Splinter. Yeah, that's a great way to put it, actually. Kenneth Copeland and yeah, there is. It's like Kenneth Copeland is. There's like no soul behind the eyes, there's like complete cynicism, but he has that charisma that manipulates people. Where with Esheram, there is like that Master Splinter energy where it's like, no, he definitely believes what he's saying to an extent, and he does it to keep everyone safe, or at least the banished unified and safe. He doesn't do it for like selfish reasons, Now, here we are in some of the places where you can either take it or leave it when it comes to, like, the artistic renditions. So, it's very bright, very sunny. In my opinion, it feels very, like, if you've played, like, a Battlefield campaign, like Battlefield 3, that kind of feels like what they were taking inspiration from with the color temperature of this level. Where the original level... It's obvious that, like, buildings were taken out, they've had to scale down a lot of the detail. But I always got the feeling that it was supposed to be very kind of, like, overcast a little bit, where this feels very kind of, like, sunny. Yeah, it's supposed to have kind of, like, a hell type energy, and, some of that is just, like, abstraction from how low-res the original game is, but... I feel like you can definitely do... You have more control over your lighting, You can make it look the part if you want to. But I will say, it also looks a lot more vivid, the new lighting. Not gonna lie, I prefer the Halo 2 Anniversary cutscenes over the original. It's one of the reasons why Halo 2 is one of my favorite stories in gaming. Also, do you think Halo Studios will continue the God of War 2018 one-shot cutscene style they used for Halo Infinite? I doubt they're going to continue that one long continuous shot thing. That was done, actually, believe it or not. It was not an attempt to rip off God of War. It was actually done as a result of, like, Halo 5. What they were thinking in the studio was folk really don't like the Halo 5 story. People didn't like how kind of, like, crazy and all over the place it was, which, the community also sometimes doesn't know what they want. So they wanted the next story to feel a lot more personal and a lot more, like, character-driven. So they took, like, the ability, in the Halo engine, like this right here, where the camera can go out into third person and then switch seamlessly into first person. And they really, like, worked on that aspect of the engine, and were like, what if the cutscenes are, like, it's sort of like hopping into a vehicle, just like the camera leaves and now it's, like, story time. Like, it can all happen in real time. You don't feel that segmentation. That way, it kind of feels like you're there with Chief, one foot after the other on his journey. And apparently, there was, like, a lot of, like, grimacing, wincing when God of War was shown off, because they had already decided they were going to try to do a one long continuous take thing with Halo by that point. And they were like, shit, someone else had the same idea. All that for Infinite to just look boring as hell. I don't think Infinite looks boring as hell. I think it's definitely... The cutscene style served its purpose, but I think it didn't lend itself to a lot of variety, and that also wasn't... It wasn't helped by the fact that the cinematics director, Dan Kosick, I'm not sure actually how you pronounce his last name. He had to assume the role, even though he wasn't entirely comfortable with that. He wanted somebody else to basically take the reins, and they didn't have somebody on hand. So Dan constantly kind of felt like he was a little bit in over his head with it. And he wished that they could have had a lot more, like, expansive, crazy shots, but it was his first time ever doing something, and so... It was a big learning process for him, and he constantly kind of felt overwhelmed by the task. We got jackals in the courtyard. Wait, why did I say... Hang on. Wait, why did I say Thanos? I meant Eshram. MCU Thanos was an insufferable giga cunt with none of his entertaining pettiness from the comics. His persistent late 2010s mimetic dominance was painful as hell. See, I like MCU Thanos. I like him. he's very, like, charismatic, and I think a lot of that is because of Josh Brolin's performance. But I liked it. Like, the Thanos being like a meme, I completely understand, because Thanos from the MCU, when you see him on screen, it's like, okay, I get it. I like this guy. Like, have you ever seen that funny video where they took, like, the screen test for Thanos? Where it's just, like, him sitting there and just, like, you know, saying anything. Like, they have him basically mumbling stuff. He's like, oh, I said I would go there, and then I arrived here, and you were here. And he's just, like, talking. He's saying nothing. And what they did was they added, like, crunching sounds and stuff, so that it sounds like he's eating, like, KFC while he's just mumbling and talking to you. It's like, yeah, that's kind of Thanos. He's just a guy. Sonic and Halo hot take. Story is as important as gameplay, which is why Reach and Sonic Unleashed are one of my favorite games of all time. I do agree with you. Yeah. I do think, though, that games are in a unique situation where they can survive a poor story if the gameplay is good enough. But Sonic Unleashed has, fortunately, like, good gameplay and a good story. Yes, and that includes the Werehog. I think the Werehog is fun. Hell yeah. Hunters. And the AI is struggling. Like, it feels genuinely like something's wrong under the hood. Like, they shouldn't be behaving like this. Like, did you see them just kind of standing there? That wasn't normal. Something's not right. And the music is bugging out a little bit more than normal.
This is Cortana. What is your status? Over.
We're operational, ma'am. Barely. Our pilots didn't make it.
Find a hole. Stay put.
Something that really bothers me is the way they changed the Hunters. My favorite moment in Legendary was one-shotting the Hunters' bellies in the OG, but now they have belly armor. Oh, for Halo 2 Anniversary? Well, here's what's interesting. You can still hit them. You can still shoot their tummies. Like, this is still damage. But there was a miscommunication somewhere in whoever did the model for the Hunter. You know, folk weren't talking. So you get that kind of mismatch. Like, even though it's armored, you can still harm them by shooting into their belly. Is Reach a good game? I think Reach is a phenomenal game. Like, phenomenal. Thank you for the $10, Kyle. let's make this huge change. Oh, they didn't like that? Dial it back so far that it breaks the dial. Then respond to that back and forth is, well, Halo players don't know what they want. I'm happy that I don't work on Halo, because I feel like I would be making the exact same maybe not the same exact creative choices, but I would respond in the same way to people who don't like something. It's probably like one of the less, or one of the more relatable aspects of some of 343's weirdness throughout the years is the overcorrection. I think is very relatable. The Halo 2 Anniversary Hunter is the Reach model. It is not. It is not the Reach model. It is a new model. And I'm not sure why it's a new model. Because the Reach model surely would have been good enough, right? But believe it or not, it is not the Reach model. I even found the art station of the artist. I think he was a contractor that actually did the Reach model. You see that?
Man.
Hello. Oh, that's a sad name for yourself. Halo, Sonic, and Resident Evil fans are kind of all over the place. They are, aren't they? I've seen that now the tide is starting to shift with Resident Evil 9. Now now that the dust has settled, people are like, you know, Resident Evil 9 actually isn't as good as we thought. It doesn't have a lot of replay value.
Let's go.
Look, I thought you guys loved it like a month ago. And then, of course, Sonic fans also, you know, are notoriously very, very hard to please. The double miss. I know, right?
There's more of them.
Put me behind a controller. Nobody can miss sniper shots back to back to back like me. It's even crazier because when Rebecca gets a sniper rifle in Halo, she is a freaking crack shot with it. Like, she's nuts with the sniper rifle in Halo. But I'm like, how are you doing this? And she's like, you just point and click at them, and they're dead. I don't know what it is about snipers in games. I'm just, there are usually these like golden periods where for quite literally 20 seconds I'm cracked with a sniper, and I'm no scoping, and I'm landing all my shots. But then when that golden hour is gone, it's like some celestial body up there in the cosmos somewhere. Like some moons align in a weird way. And as long as those moons are aligned, I'm really good with the sniper. And then once they leave alignment, like that's it. The ability's gone. And I need to wait for the next cycle. Here's an interesting take. Halo Studio should have gone with id Tech and not UE5. Interesting. That's an interesting take. It depends though if like id Tech would even be able to support some of the things that, you know, a Halo game needs.
Crash site's on the other side of this hotel, Chief. Covenant are crawling all over it. Follow me.
This is definitely one of the more interesting aspects of Halo 2 Anniversary, is them, like, well, number one, look at that. It's a superintendent. Like, retroactively adding some ODST elements, adding just, like, world building that didn't exist prior. It's why I said, like, it's almost like a take it or leave it, you know, with Halo 2 Anniversary versus CEA, because Halo 2 is probably the most artistically compromised of those Bungie games, or it's so obvious that they had to strip back a ton of detail. So there was a lot of room to kind of fill in the gaps with Halo 2 Anniversary. When I play Destiny 2, it feels more like a community than when I play an extraction shooter like Marathon. That's my personal taste. No. I feel you. Oh, look at this. Look, here's like a little bit of just like spookiness that I think is kind of lost in the Anniversary graphics. The flickering lights. Oh, well, they saw me. All right, let's get going. Needs more bisexual lighting, I agree. They gotta take some of that bisexual lighting from the Halo remake and put it here. Here's where I think you can see like kind of like the difference in like intention. Like this is very much, we've got clear skies in the midst of a battlefield set during the day. So it's realistically lit. And kind of reminds me of the opening of like Battlefield 3 a little bit. Where this feels a little bit more like, I don't know, dreamlike, for lack of a better term. And some of that is definitely like, they got to tune down the lighting from the sun and everything like that just to get it to run well, but... Yeah, the thing about an extraction shooter is by design, they're very isolating. Like you're supposed to play very selfishly, you know? So you can't exactly like build a community unless you're doing the Arc Raiders thing where you're intentionally building the game to kind of foster a very friendly atmosphere.
The highest concentration of Covenant troops is directly below the carrier. I don't think they want you to get on board. That bridge.
I usually don't go, there should be a Halo game like this, because I find a lot of those unimaginative and wishful thinking. But if Halo were to break from the FPS formula, I'd love to see something like a third-person shooter, God of War 2018 Space Marine type thing going on. That could be cool. Like a Space Marine type thing. Would be sick as hell. I had the idea of a Jedi Fallen Order style, like I don't want to say Souls-like, because Jedi Fallen Order is kind of like a mix of Souls games and the Uncharted series, but something sort of like that. But it's about an arbiter, or an elite during kind of like the final years of the elites being fully integrated into the Covenant on their homeworld of St. Helios. I've made the pitch before. You guys want to see a cool detail that I noticed the other day? So when you boost with the Ghost in the Anniversary... So, okay. Up front, I believe this is the Reach model. I'll have to, properly look at it, but I think it's the Reach model, same geometry, just with new textures, shaders, materials and everything. But when you boost with it, look at this. Do you see the lights? If you go into like third person and see the front, the guns also light up, like the tech on the guns. And you can also see that like inside the cockpit some like blue lights come on, and it's just like all over the place. Like the whole Ghost kind of lights up the techie aspects of it. And that is some detail that's not there in the original. And I actually think that's really cool. I think that's cool. That's like a bit of detail that I think would have been sick on the original Ghost. So that's an example of like Halo 2 Anniversary, like, hey, that's cool. I wish that could retroactively be added to the original game. It almost reminds me of a plasma rifle. Look, you see the hologram, or the little light patterns on the side? It's very plasma rifle-like, right? That's cool. I like that. Is this, okay, this is online, I think, right? You guys saw me. I booted MCC up in, like, online mode, right?
Let's do this. You can drive me around all day, Chief.
When I played Destiny 2, oh wait, Halo Reach, Armor Lock, should have been one full equipment like Halo 3. Should have been invincibility.
Build it full of holes.
Halo 3. Also, I'm not against Halo going into the Destiny type game. I think the rumors of a Destiny clone, but Halo, I think that is sick, and that would be really cool. Because Halo already, I feel like people really undervalue the potential of Halo as a brand. Like, if allowed, Halo could do a lot of very cool things. And I think a Destiny-like game is one of those things, because the Halo universe already has like a built-in roster of creatures. You've already got their behaviors down. Like, it's not exactly like Destiny where it's an original universe and you have to kind of like figure out these enemies, how they're going to interact together. Like with Halo, off the rip, you've already got like, okay, well the Covenant, we know how the Covenant work. We know how the Covenant fight. We know what Jackals are, Grunts, Elites, Hunters, all of that stuff. You got Hunter Worms if you need extra enemies. You got the Flood. You got Banished. And then, you know, if you need even more alien races, that's when you can begin pulling inspo from the books or the expanded lore to maybe introduce some creatures we haven't seen before in a game. So the idea of like a Destiny clone set in the Halo universe, I'm like, that would actually be very cool. Like, that would be cool. Like, especially now that unfortunately Destiny, you know, Destiny's time is done. What would make you abandon Halo? Well, what do you mean by abandon Halo? It's Halo isn't like a friend where it's like, okay, my friend is saying some stuff that like is crazy and I think my friend is losing their mind and I don't enjoy being in their company anymore. Like, my friend's like puking all over the place and they're making a mess of themselves and they're just kind of like out of control. Like, I don't think I can be friends with them anymore. Like, that's not exactly, you know, like, the latest Halo game wasn't that good. I now will no longer even play the original game. I need to throw out all of my Halo stuff, including from the Halo games I liked. I just replayed CE to get a feel for comparison, and man, do I just stop enjoying the game after Silent Cartographer. Really? That's crazy. Because I feel like after Silent Cartographer is when the game starts getting really, really good. Like, Assault on the Control Room is a shit ton of fun for me. I guess you could always ask Ruby to add it to his rebalanced Ghost asset. I could do. Also, if it had limited boost, I imagine you could have the Ghost lights could actually turn red. That would be so sick. Holy shit. Oh, to gradually signpost the boost charge level. That is fucking cool. That's a good idea, actually. Oh, that's sick. I like that. Uh-oh. That's maybe the only visual effect that I think genuinely does not look good compared to the original. Because the original, it's like electrical crackling, little bit of plasma smoke coming out of the fried circuitry. Like, you look in there and it's supposed to kind of be like a circuit board that's been fried. Like, you can see the lights kind of flickering and stuff. Cut to the new one and it's like this. They think that the smoke, that the plasma vapors were supposed to be like a fire, but it's this very weird kind of smoky looking fire, and I don't know, it just doesn't look that good. Oh, and also let me see if I can get the Warthog. Like, kind of, just need a little bit of fire. Look, like we got some smoke coming off of it. Switched in the new graphics, and like the smoke is a lot more. It doesn't gel together quite as convincingly, I think, at least, as the classic graphics. But there's a specific damage state I'm trying to get the Warthog to. There we go. Okay, look at this. Look at the fire. It's like it's like puffing out. It's very, very big, very fuzzy. Where in the original game, I feel like that looks a little bit more like authentic as fire.
Shotgun.
Especially when you're driving it. Come on, get in. So look at this. Look at this. You see this? That fire is like coming through the dashboard. In the original graphics, though, it looks fine. Like, it's a little bit, you know, coming through a little bit, but not nearly as much as this. And I remember that bugging me back in 2014.
Less time here, more time there.
As much as I love the MCC, there are still major technical problems, graphical and performance problems, and content I think that should be added or fixed. I agree with you. The MCC's work is not done, but unfortunately, Halo Studios and Microsoft do not think it is worth investing in bug fixes. Apparently, the reflections on the water are busted. The reflections were a little bit more complex. Once upon a time.
Chief, the carrier just launched a wave of pods. They're inbound on your position.
A lot of the cutscenes are broken in CE. Yeah, there's also that. CEA, weirdly enough, like the anniversary graphics have a lot of problems too.
Come on now.
Come up here. There's a scripted moment where if you get up here onto this roof, the spawns a couple of pods of elites. I loathe Assault on the Control Room. I do love the library and 343 Guilty part. I'm sorry that you loathe it. I like that level quite a bit. It's a wee bit long in the tooth, but I feel like Combat Evolved's combat loop is just so much fun that I enjoy that level each time that I play through it. And I enjoy kind of like the resource aspect of just like fighting one room after the other, like how the journey of getting from the start of the level to the end of the level, and knowing that up ahead, if I go off the beaten path, I'm going to find some rockets. I'm going to keep the rockets so that I can reserve them for my fight with the hunters when I get to that room, you know, and I don't know. The level's long enough that I have lots of like micro strategies that I've formed for different difficulties and how I'm going to tackle them. There we go. We're taking down this Phantom's guns. Hell yeah. Alright, let's keep going. The Warthog flames are never. Oh my god. Dev is in the chat, guys. It's Game Dev Devin. He's the he is one of the lead. Could I say lead? Is that a good way to put it? Developer, producer on the Master Chief Collection, Halo Combat Evolved Anniversary, and Halo 2 Anniversary. Dev, well, you're here. That's freaking awesome. Talking a little bit about Halo 2 Anniversary, some of the differences from Combat Evolved Anniversary, and how much more confident as a product I think it feels, at least, than Combat Evolved Anniversary. Okay, so the flames bug you too then on the Warthog. If you, I assume you're rewinding the stream a little bit. If you can, when you hear this message, you should fast forward to the future so you can be here with us. Late Night, if you had an opportunity to make or use a primary setting for a Halo RPG like the Citadel and Normandy from Mass Effect, what would it be? Use a primary setting for a Halo RPG?
This tunnel links up to the bridge.
Oh, man.
It's full of rats, if you know what I mean. But it beats swimming. I've been analyzing.
See, I'm not even sure
intellectual
what,
chatter.
like a Halo RPG, I'm not even sure what I
I don't think they
would
expected us to
do.
be here. Not you and me. All of us. Humanity on Earth. Ah,
Like, my
those
imagination
puppets
is
explain
so
why they came here with
captured
such
by
small fleet.
what could have been the Halo MMO that I wish it could be like like rather than a Halo game set during the Forerunner Flood War, I wish it could be like a Forerunner game set during the Flood Forerunner War, but during like the Halo 2 and Halo 3 era of Halo as a brand. Like just those design elements, some of the sensibilities, like the freedom, because a lot of the lore wasn't set in stone yet, so there would be a lot that you could like do and have fun with, a lot of flexibility. Like, I think it's cool that the brutes and the grunts and everything were going to be in that Halo MMO, even though it was like set in the past, and that they looked a lot like modern day Covenant. There was a lot of freedom for them to do things like that, but I think are cool. Shout out to Warthog Radio, best Halo podcast. Why, that's true. That is true. I'm so glad that you said that. Warthog Radio is not only the most listened to Halo podcast this side of a ring, it's also the best Halo podcast. And you guys should go check out Warthog Radio, which is hosted by Leifert Larden and I, and produced and managed by Rebecca, or Poyo in the chat, as some of you know her. LNG, if you were in Toy Story, what toy would you be? Ah, man, what toy would I be? Is this what toy would I be, or what toy would I like to be? So those are two very different questions. I feel like what toy I would like to be is something really, really cool, like a Dr. Octopus toy. That way I could have, like, 4 extra arms. But I think realistically I would probably be, like, a generic Lego figure. Rebecca just said I'd be a plushie. That MMO looked like it would have been overly colorful whilst. Well, it depends on what you were looking at. Remember that what you see as concept art is not what the plan is supposed to be. Spending Ryan in Legacy or Remastered? You mean like for his playthrough of Assault on the Control Room? Because, yeah, Combat Evolved the Anniversary, I do think playing the Anniversary graphics, it does, the environments, ironically enough, they do get a little bit tiring. But Halo 2 Anniversary, I think, is one of the more successful ones where you can actually honestly play through the game on Legendary in the Anniversary graphics and have like a really good time and kind of get the gist of each environment.
The Covenant must be trying to regroup.
I'd be a
Don't
Funko
let
Pop.
them.
You pooping pills? In my opinion of Halo CE is that after 343 Guilty Spark, the quality starts to drop. Well, it's not just your opinion, that's also the opinion of Bungie. But I like the game after 343 Guilty Spark. Like, the library, I think Halo fans have gaslit themselves into thinking that the library is fun. Guys, I'm a mega Halo fan. I love Halo CE. There is not a universe out there where the library is actually fun to play. And I don't think we have to lie to ourselves about that. We can appreciate it for things that it does. You know, and its intention within the story, but it's not a level we're going to be booting up because it's fun. Outside of the library, though, I really like the second half of Combat Evolved. It's fun to, like, go back through familiar areas with the expanded sandbox, going through it in reverse, and now I've got, like, Covenant and Flood fighting each other and me. I guess my issue with Assault on the Control Room is the vehicle usage. In my opinion, not a single vehicle plays well in Halo CE. All super floaty and very inaccurate. Yeah, the vehicles in Halo Combat Evolved are, they're very floaty. What could potentially make Combat Evolved more fun is, have you considered doing the opposite of what your usual strategy is? So if your usual strategy is ditch the Warthog, get in the tank, this time ignore the tank, get the rocket launcher, and stick with the Warthog. That tracks. I left in around 2019. I think there was a lot of issues that cropped up as a result of some of the getting everything to play nice during the push to PC. Yeah, there's a lot that got kind of fucked up. And unfortunately, a lot of it is, like, sort of super important, like musical timing. This is also, so this is the one area where I actually do think genuinely, like, the anniversary graphics, I struggle with them, which is projectiles from plasma weapons. I really struggle to track their velocity and when they're going to impact the target. Like, in the classic graphics, I can see it. Like, I can follow the projectile. I can judge its distance accurately and how fast it's, you know, traveling to its target. In the new graphics, though, something about the design of them makes it really hard for me to figure out how close they actually are to their target or how fast they're moving. They almost look like GIFs that are on the screen rather than actually being there in the environment, if that makes sense. Like, that looks like something I've keyframed into a video in editing. I'm not sure what it is about it, but it makes playing Legendary Halo 2 Anniversary pretty difficult. Because plasma weapons, I have a hard time, like, following the projectiles. I feel so scared to give any criticisms of Halo CE 2, 3, or ODST because they are held as sacred games. Man, listen, I remember when ODST came out, and let me tell you, people trashed on that game. People thought it was a scam, a cash grab, because it ran on the Halo 3 engine. It didn't have multiplayer, and it was $60. Like, there were people saying that the game sucked. Now, obviously, people have given it a fair shake, and, like, ODST is regarded as one of the best Halo campaigns of the series, but I've been around the block. I've seen the criticisms and the way that people have reacted to the Halo games after the fact. Like, time has turned each Halo game into this, like, flawless gem. Like, dude, you're allowed to have gripes with the Halo games. It is alright. They're not perfect.
Yes, sir, Sergeant.
To love something is to love even its imperfections.
Oh, I know what the ladies like.
Did the Halo 5 rocket launcher copy the Doom 2016 rocket launcher the other way? No, I think it's just, like, it's a bazooka, you know? It's a bazooka. Like, it's a very, very, standard design for an explosive in a video game. I think it's the lens flare getting bigger further away. Could that be it? That's kind of, like, messing with me. Too much of the bloom and the tail isn't as pronounced. Ghost projectiles. Gotcha. Okay, maybe that's... Yeah, maybe. Yeah, I think the lens flare, the lens flare effect that's on it, it makes it, yeah, it doesn't shrink exactly, even as the projectiles kind of go away, and you can't, like you said, Dev, you can't see the trail or the tail of it. We're gonna skip the Scorpion, and we're actually gonna take the Warthog. The Halo 4 Warthog looks really good in Halo 2 Anniversary's engine. So Devin, something I was curious about, like the assets for Halo 2 Anniversary, were they completely original? Because I know that there's some stuff like the Reach Ghost, the Halo 4 Warthog, but then these Marines here, like I know that, you know, I haven't seen these Marine designs in like a first-person game, but these are Halo Wars 1 Marines, right? Like, at least their armor is. Is it a recreation of the Halo Wars 1 Marine armor, or is it the Blur assets that have been converted to be used in the game? In my opinion, I don't like the ranged flood form in Halo 3. They are unresponsive to your shots. Their projectiles are insanely fast, and the sound is less horrifying and more like nails on a chalkboard. For the guys that kind of like attach to walls and then turn into like a cactus almost that shoots out splinters. Yeah, I feel like Bungie wanted to give the Flood some more units, a little bit more gameplay variety. The ranged form is maybe one of the less creative things that they came up with. Like, I think the Flood, what makes their combat loop work is by the time of Halo 3, I think what the Flood landed on as working really well about them is the aggression, the fact that they push you. Like, the Covenant are usually very defensive. It's you pushing into the Covenant's line, you know, and breaking through them and kind of making them scatter. Where the Flood are the other way around, where they're pushing into you and forcing you to kind of backpedal. And I think Halo 3, you know, did some interesting things with the Flood, like the Pure Forms, which can mutate kind of on the fly and take on different combat roles. The ability to infect living beings. But yeah, the ranged form, I'm not the biggest fan of that one either. They're gamified versions of the models we got from Blur. Okay, so they did come from Blur then? I played the absolute fuck out of ODST back in the day. Bungie was great at following trends with Firefight, unlike 343 or Halo Studios. Fingers crossed they do that Y2K style soon. Dude, if that Halo 2 remake that we all know is coming, if they reveal it and it's like the Halo Infinite UI, and they're going for kind of like the Halo 2 Anniversary thing where it looks more like a modern game. Like, I know that it's such a who cares thing, but God. Like, that atmosphere of the Halo 2 E3 demo, I want that shit cranked up to the max, you know? Like, I want it to feel really, really Y2K inspired. Blur kind of did double duty in their production pipeline. Had to be ahead of gameplay, so a lot of the look dev was locked in there. So Blur kind of set the art style, and then Saber Interactive, for the most part, just followed. What recast do you think we're getting for the Halo 2 remake? Oh, immediately I can tell you we're going to get Lord Hood recast. Like, ain't no way they're going to be, like, paying for Ron Perlman, you know? They're probably going to recast Lord Hood. I imagine Miranda Keyes is also going to be recast. I would not at all be surprised if all of the Prophets are recast. Which, a big opportunity of a Halo 2 and a Halo 3 remake is that they can keep the voice actor for truth consistent. But I think they're probably also going to recast the Shipmaster and the Heretic. I also... oh, wait, let me go back. Let me answer that. Well, I, like the library, takes a hit of heroin. No, you don't. Stop lying. I love Assault on the Control Room for its many distinct stealth encounters. I always silent assassin my way through as many as I can, especially with SPV3 silenced guns. Yeah, Assault on the Control Room is a lot of fun, because the way that it kind of is each room is kind of like very differently set up, and there's a lot of you can either go loud, you can do stealth, or you can kind of cut right through the middle and just kind of like rush through everybody. I also find it funny how a CE engine limitation, enemies can't hear bullet impacts, is what makes SPV3's silenced guns work compared to ODST. Well, ODST was trying to go for like a realism thing. They wanted the weapons to not... they wanted the weapons to feel like how real-life suppression works. Where it's like, if you're going to fire a suppressed weapon, like, people are going to hear it. But under the hood in ODST, there is actually an effect for the suppressor. It doesn't make it completely silent. It's mostly that, like, rather... past, I think, long range, enemies can't hear anything you're doing, but only at medium range. Here's another... we were talking about, like, it's kind of like you can have it either way with Halo 2 Anniversary in regards to which you prefer, where I think Combat Evolved Anniversary, we all agree the original felt a bit more hit. This area here. You can feel kind of like the gritty, dark vibe, like the lots of like dark shaded regions with bright white. Like that original Xbox look to things. But there are a lot of areas, especially, you know, when it comes to the foliage and stuff, where it just sort of feels like the lighting was disabled rather than like a deliberate artistic choice. But in the Anniversary graphics, you can actually see there's a little bit more nuance because of the lighting engine. And some of the buildings, which are a little bit, you know, color choices aside, there is a inconsistency in which buildings get details and which don't. Where the Anniversary graphics, you can see a lot of them feel more realized as real places. In fact, I like the African Trust, the Mombasa Bank, which was in ODST. But again, it's the color temperature. Right, I do wish it kind of had this color temperature. Look at that evacuation alert. Even some of this is like from the E3 for Halo 2.
There are a number of Marines trapped in that building, Chief. Concentrate on the Wraiths. They're the biggest threat.
Your Easter egg is here? Where's your Easter egg? In here? Wait, you placed an Easter egg here? Yeah, but real-life suppressed weapons aren't fun. Hollywood John Wick exchanging silent shots in a crowded corridor without anyone noticing is fun. Dude, are you talking about that scene in one of the John Wick movies where are they? Are they in a... they're in a shopping mall, right? And they're having a secret shootout? Like, they're both walking and trying to pretend, you know, like they're normal pedestrians, and they're like... pew, pew, like taking secret shots at each other. I love that sequence. I missed Devin in the last stream. Good to see you here. Yeah, Devin's in here. He worked on Halo 2 Anniversary, as well as Combat Evolved Anniversary. Oh, look, here's Hannibal. Weapon systems. That's cool. Look at that. Look at all the extra detail here. Oh my god, the warthog. Hang on. Is this it? Please tell me I didn't just get the warthog stuck. Sadie's story in ODST for me is an example of how to take lore and bring it into the game. Sadie's story is great because it's this companion story that's happening alongside the base game. Drive responsibly. It's untouchable. Devin Smith! There he is! Oh my god. Boat Cop! Boat Cop review? Oh my god, Devin, I can't wait to explain the boat. Do we want to explain the Boat Cop story? It's untouchable. Devin Smith, Portland Boat Cop review. That's fucking hilarious. Oh my god. That's funny. I like that. Oh my god, and that's Halo 2 Anniversary multiplayer, isn't it? I think, at least. Because the shading on it looks like the multiplayer mode. Maybe I'm just crazy. Oh, there's that frame from Halo Wars. Join the Corps. The end is near. Oh, there's some like proto ODST graffiti. Like you can see the starts of it here. I really wish they could have added like some of the detailing from like Reach, where you can see like civilian bodies and stuff. Maybe just have it in the anniversary graphics. I'm really excited about a potential Halo 2 remake because I think that you could do a lot to strengthen the atmosphere. I don't understand why they remade Halo 2, the first game with a wieldable energy sword, and didn't remake the OG one in remastered graphics. It looks so good. Oh, like why the remastered energy sword is like a completely different model, has completely different art direction. Yeah, I know. The energy sword in the blur cutscenes looks more faithful to the original. Than the one that is found in gameplay, which is just the Reach model. And it's, for some reason, it's treated like a lightsaber, where there's no like ignition effect. It just like, you know, wow, like turns on. Like there isn't like that kind of sparks and spraying of electricity and gas everywhere as the blade comes into existence.
Lieutenant got hit as soon as we dropped in.
All right, let's go with Corporal Perez.
Sergeant Banks, ma'am.
Devin's directing you to his egg in the chat. We'll touch on boat cops in the interview. I'm excited about that, and we're gonna do an interview as well for Warthog Radio, right? Oh, incoming message. Well, I will not watch that here. Any clues how Halo Studios will handle the cinematics for the Halo 2 remake? I'm assuming that whatever studio they've outsourced the cutscenes for the remake, they're probably going to use that same studio. And they got their work cut out for them, because the Combat Evolved remake, a lot of those new cutscenes are sort of rough. Like you've seen some of the animation work. It's pretty rough. And they've got even more of them to do with Halo 2.
When I asked for reinforcements, I didn't think they'd send a Spartan. We got trouble.
Here's where it destroys the Scorpion tank. Isn't there supposed to be music playing here? Oh my god, the thing killed me. Okay. One thing I hate about Halo 2 is how underpowered the Magnum is. In a Halo 2 remake, they should buff it a little. Not so much where it ruins your wielding, makes it as powerful as an ODST suppressed
There are a
Magnum.
number of Marines trapped in that building, Chief. Concentrate on the race.
You know, it does raise an interesting question. What are they going to do with the Halo 2 remake sandbox? Because Halo 1 remake has the battle rifle, the SMG. Like, it's already taking, as well as, you know, like for the brute weapons, it has brute plasma rifle, even the spiker. Like, it's stealing their time, or it's revealing them a little bit early. So, sandbox-wise, how are they going to make the remake stand out? Unless the idea is that there is going to be kind of like a unified gameplay experience across the entire trilogy. Like, they're all going to kind of borrow from the same, you know, gameplay.
Perez, A Company. CP's this way. The lieutenant got hit as soon as we dropped in.
Who's in charge now, Corporal?
Having to match Blur's cutscenes is going to be rough. It's going to be rough. It's going to be very rough. I think they can do it. They just really, honest to God, need to give their animator, whoever they, you know, contracted to do the cutscenes, more time, because I don't think that whoever's been contracted for the remakes cutscenes, I don't think they've been given nearly enough time. Why? Blur cutscenes are great. The Blur cutscenes are great. I prefer the original cutscenes, but that's not the discussion. It's not about the Blur cutscenes not being great. It's about they will probably want the remake to feel very different from Halo 2 Anniversary. So they will want different cutscenes, expanded cutscenes, maybe cutscenes that take inspo from cutscenes that take inspiration from, you know, cut sequences and stuff. Like they're gonna want it to feel very different. Because there will be that immediate comparison. Like the Combat Evolved remake graphically looks a lot like a Blur cutscene in motion. So they're going to have to do even more to separate it creatively from Halo 2 Anniversary. And that can start with, you know, some new cutscenes. What's important context-wise is the Halo 2 battle rifle is the pistol equivalent. Yeah, in this game, the battle rifle is supposed to be like the new... It's supposed to be the pistol. It's supposed to be the pistol. The idea in Halo games is there's usually a... it's sometimes called a keystone weapon, sometimes called a utility weapon, but the idea is it's the jack-of-all-trades ranged weapon that has a slow fire rate, or predictable firing pattern. So that it is not completely busted. In Halo 1, it was the pistol. It's kind of like your primary weapon, if you could think of it like that. Like, it's the gun of the game. And then everything else is kind of like specialized for very specific combat roles. So it's like you've got the gun, And then combat is kind of driven by the gun's purpose in the sandbox, and everything else is allowed to shape an identity around what the gun is doing. You know, SMGs are allowed to be close-range bullet hose with weak damage but super fast fire rate and high magazine count. Sniper rifles allowed to be the super long-range, heavy-hitting thing. And in Halo 1 it was the pistol, for Halo 2 it was the battle rifle. And the carbine, you know, for the Arbiter missions, because you're an alien. Oh my god. Got him. Now we destroy it in a cutscene. I do like that detail of making it seem almost like a dying beast in the blurs cutscenes.
That's right, you mothers! Run!
Not if we can help it, Sergeant.
Boy.
Extract the chief and return to an amberclad.
Roger that.
Will Keith David return in the Halo 2 remake? Of course he will. They still use Keith David.
Negative, Commander.
They're not gonna, like, pretend Keith David doesn't exist. I imagine they take Campaign Evolved's full sandbox and potentially add a brute shot and other brute weapons, or replace the needle rifle with the carbine, replace the sentinel eliminator beam with a different forerunner gun. Yeah, like there is room for expansion. I just feel like already revealing the SMG and the battle rifle is like, ooh. Those are like the guns of Halo 2, you know, that everyone remembers. I mean, the sandbox is fun in the Campaign Evolved remake, so I trust them as far as sandbox choices go. There is a bit of async between Halo 2 Classic and Halo 2 Anniversary when switching. Yeah, I noticed that, especially with the "Sir, finishing this fight" cutscene. Or in the Anniversary graphics, there's this insanely long pause.
How much further must we heft this baggage? Any cell will do. Why not toss him in with this lot? They could use the meat. Them. Further must we heft this baggage? Any cell will do. Why not toss him in? Quiet! You two whimper-like grunts.
I'm just checking out the classic graphics here.
They could use the meat.
Yeah, really different camera angles. Like it's. They're going for the photorealistic thing, so some camera angles like you can't do without it looking floaty and kind of video gamey. But that's just like a byproduct of the art direction of the game. Like, you can't exactly do a shot like this. It would look a little bit too floaty and a little bit too cartoony, even if you improved the animations and like made the environment feel more realistic. Just because that's not how like cameras, you know, usually work and how things are usually shot. So they gotta take a more grounded approach. That's the biggest thing, though, the fades. I hate that the Blur cutscenes don't have the fades.
And take your brutes. And
part of me worries it's because Blur looked at the Vista port where the fades were broken and didn't even know that there were supposed to be fades in the cutscenes.
The council decided to have you hung by your entrails and your corpse paraded through the city. But ultimately, the terms of your execution...
The crazy A/B test is that Combat Evolved the Anniversary and Halo 2 Anniversary were developed over the same amount of months per project. Wow, so it's like the learning process of making Halo 1 Anniversary, like going into Halo 2 Anniversary. Like you can see like the confidence boost. Like they had a much better grasp on what to do.
The Grunt Rebellion. The Covenant would have broken long ago.
My knees, I do not belong in their presence.
Yeah, you can see Arbiter's face is a little bit more human-shaped. Same with the Prophets. Where look at their like creepy bug faces in the original.
Halo's destruction was your era. This is the true.
You can see they're going for more of that like photorealistic, almost like a CGI look, a little bit. where the anniversary or the original graphics, like the proportions of things are a little bit more exaggerated, a little bit more comical. Like look at his waist versus his chest. Look at the size of his hands and how thin his wrists are. Some stuff is because of the low poly count, but there is an aspect of these designs that is very much a deliberate aesthetic choice to exaggerate them. And you don't see that in the anniversary version. They look plausible, realistic as creatures. And I would kill to see a Halo 2 remake that kept that kind of like exaggerated, almost anime-like design for the characters, but made it look, you know, like a video game from today. And that doesn't necessarily mean make it look photorealistic. Develop an art style that kind of feels like it's taking these character designs and fleshing them out as something that is representative of where tech is today, you know. The way they told me Blur was on the way they told me that Blur was on the project was prefaced with, "Don't worry, you have lots of help this time with cinematics." Oh my god, the folk at Saber Interactive probably really appreciated that they weren't doing the cinematics again. Okay, this is the one cutscene where I think Blur didn't get it. They missed it. They missed the mark. It's this cutscene here, where they're in the underbelly of the ship. Like, initial setting it up is fine, like, we're very claustrophobic, got it, we're in the belly of a ship, you know. It's a very big difference for the Arbiter as a character, you know, going from commanding ships to being in the underbelly of the lowest of dropships, a Phantom. But it's his interaction with the shipmaster where I'm like, did you guys watch the original cutscene? Like, that's not... So within storytelling, like, where you place the camera can tell you about characters. Here we've got... Shipmaster is in this... Oh my god, hang on. There's a lot going on.
Their lives matter to me, yours does not.
Camera's looking down at Arbiter. Camera's looking up at Shipmaster. He has the power status in the scene. Shipmaster, for the most part, is framed directly in the center. Arbiter is off to the side. Shipmaster is encroaching into his space in the camera shot. The idea of those camera angles is to frame that Shipmaster has the superiority. In the original graphics, they are treated as equals. Like, Shipmaster and Arbiter are always on the same plane. There's even one shot where they both have a corner of the screen and they're facing off. So it's like, in spite of how far Arbiter has fallen in terms of status, there's a rivalry being set up between him and the Shipmaster, you know? These are my elites. Their lives matter to me, yours does not. And then them both on the same plane, taking up equal amount of screen space. That makes two of us. Like, Arbiter is, like, you know, puffing out his chest. Like, he's not out of the fight yet, but he's still got some honor left in him to stand up to this bully, this asshole. And that's lost in the anniversary cutscene. Like, the camera is looking down on Arbiter. Like, he is lower than the Shipmaster. And it's like, I feel like, guys, come on. Like, you changed the intended emotion of the cutscene. That wasn't shot for shot. That was you guys actually changing it in a way that I think doesn't really respect the original cutscene.
We have the element of surprise for now.
But here, Devin, I've got a question about the energy sword. So, in the anniversary graphics, it's very, like, lightsaber-y. Like, it just, like, turns on and ignites like a lightsaber. Or in the classic graphics, it's got that, like, gas and electricity look to it. Was it like a... The only thing I can assume is maybe, like, there is a layer of visual effects that was removed? Because in the cutscenes, the Blur cutscenes, it also does, like, the gas and electricity when it turns on. It's just the gameplay. But Arbiter sounds defeated in the voice acting. No, it's not my interpretation of the cutscene. Listen, camera angles are not an accident. They're deliberate. They're storyboarded in advance. Hang on. If I can be permitted, we're going to now watch the classic graphics, because I'm going to show you. What you're seeing is you're seeing that scene through the anniversary graphics, and you're mistaking it as like, well, look, see, he sounds tired, he sounds exhausted. Watch the original graphics. It's a very different tone.
How much further must we heft this baggage? Any cell will do. Why not toss him in with this lot? They could use them.
You're setting up, like, Arbiter has already had his fall. He's already been, like, thrown around and stuff like that. Like, look, he's literally being dragged. Like, Arbiter here is at his lowest. And then he's baptized, and he's baptized by the light, you know, of the chamber being opened up. And it's the first time when the camera looks up at him after he puts on his helmet, because for most of these classic cutscenes, the cameras are looking down on Arbiter, like he is fallen. But when he puts on that helmet and turns around, what would you have your Arbiter do? It's the first time the camera is looking up at him since his fall. Like, a bit of power has come back. And then we go to the next cutscene, and him and the shipmaster are equals. Like, they're setting up a rivalry there. Like, Arbiter has been mostly beaten down, but he's not out of the fight yet. There is still some self-respect. You know, he's not the worm that he is in this cutscene, where he's, like, on his knees groveling. He got a second chance. And just like as somebody who's really enthusiastic about filmmaking, cinematography, editing and stuff, these are details that I'm very obsessed with, that I'm like, it's like a special interest of mine. So it really bothers me that they changed the emotional weight of this scene with the new camera angles. I just realized the Halo 2 remake Spec Ops are going to be balanced along the lines of the forever plague that is Reach's wimpy stealth Spec Ops. It's a different thing, but to be honest, I think it's okay. Arbiter's prequel missions, maybe in the remake? You know, maybe, if they're going to keep doing these prequel missions.
This is the true face of heresy. One who would subvert our faith and incite rebellion against the High Council.
Our prophets are false. Open your eyes, my brothers. They would use the faith of our forefathers to bring ruin to us all.
The great journey is...
This heretic, and those who follow him, must...
Look, the camera's looking up at them. They're the ones in power right now. It's always looking down at the Arbiter. Look, we're looking down on him. His head is bowed before us. But look, as the cutscene is going on, you're gonna start to see the camera level change as Arbiter gains some strength within the story. It's deliberate. That's the power of filmmaking. It's not just the script. It's not just the acting. It's not just the right. Look at that. We're starting to look up at Arbiter. Did you see that? Look, they're still the most powerful beings in this scene. They get the most respect by the camera, but did you see that? You literally saw the camera kind of go down so that it could look up at Arbiter a little bit. Look at this. Look, the weight of the Arbiters behind him, or not behind him, to his side. Now look at this. We are now looking up at him. God, I fucking love these cutscenes so much. Whoa, look, my arm hairs are standing up. I'm such a fucking nerd, man. God, I love movies. Here we go. Now you're gonna see it, okay?
We swore to uphold the covenant, even to our dying breath.
God, I fucking love that. Oh my God, there are so many moments where Rebecca and I are watching something, and I'm getting fucking chills because of the filmmaking. Here's the grunt. Okay, you ready? I'm gonna turn it up a little bit. Look at the camera angles. They're having a standoff.
This armor suits you, but it cannot hide that mark. Nothing ever will. You are the arbiter, the will of the prophets. But these are my elite.
He's challenging
Their lives
him.
matter to me, yours does not. That makes two of us.
Look, did you see that? And he conceded. Arbiter was able to kind of fight off that bullying a little bit. He stood his ground. And he went, Like, it was almost like he was testing how he was going to react to that deliberately kind of like antagonistic thing he did. That makes two of us. Because he's saying, these over here, they're my elites. I care a lot about them, and they need to make it out of this thing alive. I don't care about your life. And then he steps forward and he says, that makes two of us. I care about their lives too, not your life. Like, he threw that insult back in the shipmaster's face.
We are the arm of the prophets,
And that's why shipmaster just, you know? Like, it's like, all right, respect. And then he backed off with the bullying. Because if Arbiter had, like, you know, shrunken down like he did in the Halo 2 anniversary cutscene, Arbiter would have been like a fucking coward. Who would have been allowing himself to be bullied around.
We have the element of surprise for now.
Remember that Artos also became half-jaw due to his fight with the Flood on the ring, so his assholishness isn't unfounded. Yeah, his assholishness is also like, this is the fucking asshole that got my jaw fucked up. Oh, I read that scene wrong. I thought Arbiter meant he didn't care about his life either. Yeah. I even used to think the same thing. You've probably seen a video of mine where I was talking about Arbiter as a character, and you know, after kind of like going off of how Halo 2 Anniversary interpreted things, I thought the same thing, but no, that was not supposed to be the intention of that cutscene. And then, that little beef that they have is paid off later. Because, thankfully, in the world of Halo, we have checkpoints. Later on, there is a moment where Arbiter is allowed to lay down his life for the lives of the shipmaster and his elites. And it's when, you know, like, the cable, I'm going to cut it. Get your men back to the ship. Like, he's saying he's gonna die. Like, Arbiter in that cutscene, he thinks this is how he'll regain his honor, is by killing the heretic and allowing Shipmaster and all of the elites to be able to get out alive. He wasn't counting on himself surviving. And you'll notice later on, the next time Shipmaster and Arbiter see each other, it's not confrontational. It's not a challenge. Like, Shipmaster, like, you know, he's like, this is outrageous. You know, he's arguing with the prophets, and he's, I will relay your decision to the council. And as he's walking away, he notices Arbiter, and he gives them, like, a heads up of respect. Because Arbiter almost got himself killed to get the Shipmaster and his men out of there. And by the end of the story, Shipmaster trusts Arbiter. Arbiter doesn't even need, you know, I need to find a way inside. Shipmaster doesn't even say, what the fuck are you talking about, Arbiter? Why? The brutes are great. He just, whatever you say, we got your back. Like, Arbiter wins the trust of the Shipmaster. It's there, you know? Yeah, guys, storytelling is really fucking cool. Pay attention to camera angles. Pay attention to where characters are positioned on a screen. camera operators, cinematographers, editors, they're not just like, put the camera there because it looks pretty. Like, every shot is intentional. There was a thought behind it. Nobody worth their salt in film production would tell you, yeah, you just shoot. You just shoot what looks nice. Because part of the storytelling is also how the camera works as a vehicle for the story. The beef is the setup for their friendship and then his redemption. Yeah. Like, Arbiter is seen as, like, this big fuck-up who brought, like, even the dropship, you know, the Phantom, it's, like, Arbiter went from commanding capital ships. Like, okay, you also never know his name. This is, like, an aspect of, like, it's, you know, it's okay. It's not that big of a deal. But I like that Halo 2, you never even learn his name. Because it doesn't matter. Like, he functionally has died during his trial, and then branding him, stripping off... Like, Arbiter is a gold elite. If you played Halo 1, you know how badass gold elites are. They're the ones with the energy swords. Like, you see that gold armor, if you're a big fan of Halo 1, you're like, oh, that's an energy sword elite. They're really serious. And you don't know his name. You just know he was in command of, you know, the military on Halo. And he fucked it up. And they stripped him of his yellow armor. And then they branded him with the mark of shame, and they're dragging him around like he's a piece of jerky. Like, his name doesn't matter anymore. He's functionally dead, whoever he was. And Arbiter is almost like a baptism, where he's been reborn into a new person. Like, his prior sins have been washed clean, and it's like a fresh start for him. There's a lot of really cool stuff with the storytelling in Halo 2. Here, let me read some of these super chats.
Why have they sided with these heretics?
Arbiter having a native active camo would have done wonders for making this campaign Stealth of Wonderland. Too bad every other stealth mechanic got gimped. As well as, like, Arbiter's camo being, like, terrible in Halo 2, borderline useless. For the Tartarus fight, they should have changed the gameplay like Uncharted 4. Like the Wraith fight? Imagine an Tartarus in a duel. So I actually never played Uncharted 4. But I am on board with new ideas for the Tartarus fight. This is also another bit of, this is a little bit of storytelling that I think is unfortunately kind of, like, lost with, like, current Halo lore that, you know, maybe didn't understand the intention. I think that it was probably done to rationalize why the Heretic armor looks like this in that terminal, where Guilty Spark is talking to the Heretic leader, but, like, this armor, the reason the armor looks like this, is supposed to be because all of the Heretics, after learning that the Great Journey is a lie, they've, like, ripped off the royal colors of the Covenant. Like, their Covenant symbols, and, you know, the Banshee, like, covered in, like, kind of the Prophet's colors, has the Covenant symbols and iconography on it. Like, they've stripped all of that off because they're like, this is a lie. This is armor of liars, you know? We're not going to wear their coat of arms anymore. And if you come over to the armor, you can see that it looks kind of like the, if you've ever, like, taken the top off of a controller, it kind of looks like a lot of the circuitry and wiring underneath a controller. You know, that almost looks like a harness that would fit underneath one of their combat helmets and stuff. And that's supposed to be the vibes of the Heretics. But the new lore for the Heretic armor is that actually their armor always looked like that, and the reason that the like shells are taken off is because it symbolizes that they have laid themselves bare before the great journey. I'm sorry, that shit's stupid. Oh, Sentinel Beam. Oh, the hangar doors, that's right. The finale of Uncharted 4 is a sword duel. Imagine an energy sword and gravity hammer duel. That would be cool. I really wanted to get a skull in for both camo and flashlights that didn't suck. Oh, you were trying to get like some little gameplay tweaks to make it a little bit more fun. I do appreciate the skull that kind of swaps the role. Man, Halo 2 Anniversary was really creative with its skulls. It's kind of like a shame that Halo 5 went back to like just the standard Reach skulls. I wonder what changes to the AI they were talking about. Oh yeah, today they confirmed that the AI that we saw, the AI issues, are not what is intended. And also, did you guys see there's going to be a theater mode? Or not theater mode, there's going to be a machinima mode added to the remake. And it's going to be available for all. And it's going to be there at launch. We're going to get a machinima mode, guys. If we can't get a theater mode, machinima mode is the next best thing. Content creation is back on the menu, boys. I always thought it looked like that because they work in that specific mine. No, it's Shikai Wang explained on Twitter, one of the art directors at Bungie. He explained at the time that the vibe you were supposed to get is that they're heretics. They, the great journey is a lie. Like, it's all a lie. They've lied to us. They've misled us. So they're everywhere they can. They're ripping off Covenant stuff. Like, their armor, it's supposed to be almost like they've taken the plating off of a car. Like, you see the underworkings of how Covenant armor is, like, wired up and how it works and stuff. Like, underneath all the beautiful pearlescent shells, this is what the tech looks like. To be fair, them stripping actual protective plating off their armor in protest, I always found a bit silly. It would be like soldiers committing a coup while taking the ceramic plating out of their bulletproof vests. Well, there is, like, historical precedence, like, taking down flags for soldiers that are defecting, ripping patches off of their uniforms. Like, the armor clearly still protects. So it's not like the armor has stopped working. The symbolism, man, the symbolism! Yeah, it's all the, everything is intentional. But what I think happened, the reason that they changed the lore, is because in the cutscene, or in the terminals, Guilty Spark, you can see him show up at this gas mine and explain to the heretics that, the Great Journey is a lie, and their armor already looks like that. And I think over at 343, they realized, oh, fuck, Keep on. And so they came up with that bit of lore that actually they always have their armor be unarmored. Or the plating is lacking on the armor because of, they want to be bare but for their religion or something. It's silly. It's silly. I don't like it. It's clearly a resource thing. Those cutscenes, those terminal cutscenes, they weren't, like, crazy in terms of their, like, production value. So it probably would have been a little bit too much to show them, like, you know, take it all down. Take it all down. Let nothing of the prophets be seen here. I guess one neat thing is that my first real work as a designer was also on the Master Chief Collection. I co-designed all of the universal control schemes so players could have some consistency when hopscotching between the different games. So you were the one who, like, helped come up with the list of all the different kind of, like, universal here, like universal reclaimer, universal... You made recon the default? That's cool. That's cool. I found out the UK is getting rid of their bullpups for a generic AR-15 and M4. Rest in peace, bullpups. Bullpups are cool, man. They're cool. To be fair, the lore could have been they took off their armor plates because they're fucking hot. Yeah, that's true. Also, that's true. Did you know the heretics were meant to all be hunters? I think that was not, like, deliberate to the point that, like, it was actually an active part of the production, but I think Joe Staten, he has said that's what he wanted. He wanted the idea of the heretics to be, it's the hunters. They defect from the Covenant. But, you know, some of the folk who are a little bit more gameplay-minded had to explain to him, like, Joe, we can't make a level where the only thing you fight are hunters. Have you played the mod Alpha Moon, but with sprinkles? It's fun. I like it a lot. I have not. There's a sprinkles mod for Alpha Moon? Oh, you guys think I meant hot as in attractive. No, I meant, like, it's really warm on this moon, and the elites... It's like wearing a coat. Yeah, those were all mine. Wow, so you're the one who made Recon, the universal default. That's like a decision that only, like, a hardcore Halo fan would do. So that's cool that was you actually that made Recon the default. Did you have to fight for that? Oh, look, here's one of the only spots in the game where there is a dynamic light source placed. Look right here. Notice how different the lighting looks in the classic graphics in this spot here. Because there's dynamic lighting. Isn't that cool? See if I can get the grunt over here. Hopefully he doesn't, like, start waddling.
Me live to serve.
Which comedian is that? That grunt there. The one that's like, me live to serve. I know that they got... It's Joe Staten plays one of the grunt personalities, and there's a grunt personality in this game called Grunt Dopey. And Dopey the Grunt, he's played by a famous, or, you know, what was at the time a famous comedian. Yeah, look how cool they look in the dynamic lighting. Those are symbols of allegiance, heraldry, not protective plating. Better way of doing that, in my opinion, would be them stripping Forerunner glyphs from their armors and painting on traditional Sangheili symbols. Yeah, I guess you could do that, but I think it's also, like, that's such a subtle detail. And on the original Xbox, you know, you've got only so much detail that you can show on screen before the low resolution kind of loses everything. So it's, yeah, just, you know, take their armor, take off the purple Covenant-y stuff. And it's like, yep, those are heretics. They've removed all of their beautiful Covenant-iness. Even their vehicles, like the heretic Banshee. It's a Banshee that had the Prophet's colors stripped from it. The original name for universal zoom and shoot was heretic? That's fucking awesome. Hang on. The one that puts scoping on the left trigger like Call of Duty. Oh my god, hang on. Melee, oh my god. Yeah, this is just Call of Duty controls. Grenade is on the right bumper. You zoom with the left trigger. You melee with the stick. Crouch is on B. Oh my god, it's Call of Duty controls. And you wanted to name it Heretic? That's fucking awesome. Why was it changed? That's fucking amazing. That should have stayed. Here, I got the grunt into the dynamic lighting. I know in Halo 4 they had a Call of Duty control scheme, but in Halo 4 they called it fish sticks, which, you know, Call of Duty is abbreviated to COD, and the Call of Duty control scheme is fish sticks. That's funny. It's a joke. You know what they're doing. But I like Heretic better. That's funnier. Guys, Devin in here. Game dev, Devin. Game dev. He worked on Halo Combat Evolved Anniversary and Halo 2 Anniversary and the Master Chief Collection. So if you guys have any questions about him, this is the guy. If you've had a question in the back of your head about Halo 2 Anniversary or Combat Evolved Anniversary, choices you loved, choices you disliked, just questions that you have, ask him. He's here. It's him. Get him. No, I'm just kidding. Okay. Yes. It was changed because people thought it might be seen as too petty, even though some of our own COD dev veterans loved it. Oh, man. It's funny. It's funny. Heretic? That's fucking funny. God, there's nothing petty about it. To be fair, I feel some of the misinterpretation lies is that we have no reference of what the heretics looked like with their armor plating still equipped. Well, I'd assume it would be all Covenant-y stuff. I'd assume it would just, you know, be the Covenant-y stuff. Like, I don't think we have to, like, in order for the symbolism of the heretic faction that are renouncing the Covenant and declaring the prophets liars, and you see them and they are Covenant that look like they have taken the beautiful colors of the Covenant stuff off of their armor. Like, you don't have to, like, well, first I have to see what they looked like beforehand for you to be like, got it, I understand what this is supposed to symbolize. They look like people who have rejected the lies of the prophets. Their writing and their visual design reflects that. But, you know, the fact that some people thought that it was because they were gas miners and that's why their armor looks like this, you know, there probably is some validity to that. You could have, like, piles of blue and purple, like, plating being thrown into furnaces, you know. Look, there's, like, a stripped open look. You can see the wiring and the circuitry of the Phantom because they stripped it of all of its Covenant-y stuff. And it's cool because you can see that shit when you blow up a Phantom. Like, that same circuitry, you can see it in a destroyed Phantom model. Oh, boy. I gotta go. Got a bike for your burrito order. Oh, no. How hot is it where you are? You know, no, you gotta go. I got a burrito to catch. I'll see you later, Dev. I don't know if you've said it already, but the Sentinels in this level look a little different because they're the Halo CE versions than the later ones. Wait, is that true? Hang on, let me take a look. Uh-oh. Let me stay in the anniversary graphics. Earn that burrito. Yeah, the good part about Devin biking for his burrito is he's basically invalidating the burrito. It's a guilt-free burrito. '72 and Gray. Sadly, the Heretic Leader's voice actor died in 2017. Wait, is that true? Are you serious? Wait, are you serious? 72 in Gray, but not leaving just yet, but answering cues will be harder. Okay, gotcha. Oh, so you're still going to be listening as you're biking. I know we're making a lot of jokes about folk being, like, old and stuff like that, but... What do they... Hang on, what do the Sentinels look like in the, What do the Sentinels look like in Halo 2 Classic? Halo 2 Sentinel. God, the Enforcers look so goddamn cool. Nah, I'm just getting screenshots of them from the gas mines. Dead serious, his voice actor passed away. Oh, that's so sad. Oh, that's sad. I didn't know. Fuck cancer. Father of RoboCop, really? Oh my God. Oh, this actor is fucking amazing. I didn't know he passed away. Oh, that's sad. Well, thankfully he's not suffering anymore. The graphics show them, not the anniversary. Yeah, the classic graphics for the Sentinel. I'm taking a look at that. Because I know the anniversary graphics, I think, are reusing the Halo 4 model? I could be mistaken, though. You know, it's interesting because the Sentinel, the original concept art for the Sentinels in Halo 2, they were a lot more, or the original concept art for the Sentinels in Halo 1, they were very beetle-like. They kind of looked like flying insects. But, you know, for the final game, they went for more of the robotic look. And then it kind of came back around with Halo 4 when they made the Sentinels look a little bit more bug-like. Get what you mean, but in my opinion, the Heretics don't look like they're wearing traditional Covenant armor to begin with. Given the rebreathers, the big fins on the Elite backs, and the Grunt's funky battery packs. That's fair. Yeah, I guess it's all up to how, like, you know, folk feel on an individual level. Like, I know, even, you know, Bungie, like, Shikai Wang was not entirely happy with how the art for Halo 2 turned out. Even if I think he made the art for Halo 2 and I think he is wrong about some of those things. Yeah, so there is definitely room to disagree. Oh my God.
The Heretics have weapon emplacements all
The Halo 2 Sentinels are the same model as the CE Sentinel, but their texture is slightly different. Gotcha, okay. Thoughts on the added vocal chanting in the Halo 2 Anniversary soundtrack? It makes it seem way more epic in some sections, but it also loses the somberness in other sections. Yeah, Halo 2 Anniversary soundtrack, I think, is, it's very over-composed in some areas, where you do lose kind of like the intended emotional impact because it's very loud. But I do also think there are areas of the soundtrack where they did not record like new versions, and they're looping a piece of glue from a prior bit of the soundtrack. Like there's more music in the original Halo 2 soundtrack than there is in the Anniversary. The Anniversary just recycles more pieces of music. That's cool looking. Look, that up there is cool looking. I like that. Yeah, it's totally those lens flares in the bloom. You guys are right. That's what throws it off a little bit. What makes it hard to kind of judge the distance of the plasma shots. Like, I can't... Look, I switched back to the classic graphics. We gotta get out of here fast, by the way, because Incubus is playing. And I don't want the stream to get hit. Yeah, but in the classic graphics, it's a lot easier to kind of see what where the shots are. They're all re-recordings of the original game? Of the original game soundtrack? Or of, like, the glue pieces? What I meant was, there are some tracks of glue from the original game, like not real music pieces that would be sold on like iTunes or something, just like the atmospheric ambiency tracks, where the original Halo 2 had more of them. And Halo 2 Anniversary, I noticed what it will do is it will reuse bits of glue from... It'll just reuse bits of glue that it didn't have like new... Oh my god, hang on. My brain is scattered. Let me take out one earbud, that way I can... Let me free one of my ears, that way I can think already, like... I feel like I can think better. What I mean is, in the original soundtrack for Halo 2, there's a couple more pieces of glue than exist in the Anniversary soundtrack. So the Anniversary soundtrack, sometimes it will use a louder piece of glue because that more softer version was not recorded and does not seem to exist. I could be wrong, though. You made it. You made the game. All the stems had to be re-recorded, so if glue was missing, it had to be swapped for something that was recorded. Yeah. Okay, I think we're saying the same thing. I think I'm just confused. Was there any desire, I guess, for them to... was there any desire to try to reuse the original software? Because for tracks like in the original, you know, Combat Evolved the Anniversary, there's some stuff, you know, like Ambient Wonder, where it kind of seemed like Tom Salta wasn't quite able to figure out what the instruments used, what the synths were. And so, like, the Ambient Wonder of Combat Evolved the Anniversary, it is still good, but it sounds extremely different from the original and has a very different vibe to it. And the same, you know, with this. There's a couple of tracks like Jeweled Hull, which have a very different feel to them because they've got just like completely different instruments.
Track the heretic leader to this part of the station. Clear that landing zone.
To clarify, the
and
gas mine
drive.
Sentinels use a Sentinel/Halo 1 entity name, while other missions they're just Sentinel. Interesting. The only difference is the latter have a yellow light where the Sentinel beam sits. That's interesting. See, now you got me thinking about Sentinels. That's interesting. Uh-oh. Oh, yeah. Oh, am I not supposed to get out here? Wait, I think that's a friendly Phantom. No, it's not. I can see the radar.
Join the battle, Master.
Now I'm thinking Sentinels look different depending on the installation. Oh, for sure, for sure. If they would have known Pyramid would have used it. Gotcha, okay. Yeah.
What is it? That stench.
Because I know also there wasn't a lot of documentation, right, on the software that was used to compose the music. Like, I talked to Tom Salta, like, God, maybe a decade ago now. It was in 2017, I think. And Tom told me that a lot of it was by ear. Okay, here, we're talking about vibes respecting the original art direction. Here's an example where I sort of get what they were trying to do. They're trying to give it like that like, they were probably trying to go for like a laboratory look. Something that's a little bit more like sterilized feeling for a Forerunner environment. Like the Forerunner flooring feels a little bit more tiled and stuff like that, but the lighting downgrades make the room look like shadows were disabled. And in the anniversary graphics, shit's moody as hell. Super moody, like this dark eeriness, you know, and then the green sinister glow coming from the tank of little, you know, if you're a fan of Halo, like those sort of look familiar, and it kind of gives you a weird ick. Like, I think I've seen those before. Shit. It's a little bit more atmospheric in the anniversary graphics. Well, a lot more atmospheric, I'd say. Where this just feels like, unfortunately, the atmosphere couldn't exactly be achieved because of technical limitations.
We make good team.
Those Halo 1 Sentinels would be a lot more accurate if they had a red light where the Sentinel beam sat, like in CE, instead of it just being like in Halo Vista Halo 2.
Huh?
They did have a red light, didn't they? My best friend, who also helped with the audio, turned out to have an ex-girlfriend, good friend from high school, working at Pyramid at the same time. We could have traded notes. Oh.
Watch and learn.
That's interesting. So were you guys like all sort of disconnected with Halo 2 Anniversary? Like music was being done kind of on its own. Cutscenes were off, you know, being made by Blur, and Saber were hard at work on like the gameplay aspect. The little guys are double XP codes. These little guys? Those are double XP tokens floating around in there.
All right, then. I'll show you how it's done.
Look, and you got the nasty flood stuff. Oh god, the splatters look nasty in the anniversary graphics. There's like There's like depth to it. Oh, that's nasty. You should fight the Sentinels in this level in classic graphics to see if they got the little red lights. I love this anniversary track. This one? Let me turn it up.
We must defeat them, Arbiter.
I hear sound, like noise, like wind. I don't hear music.
What want me do?
I like that the Covenant tech suit looks kind of like slimy scales.
Follow me to victory.
Oh man, here I can let me complain about the Halo 2 Anniversary Elites for a little bit. Just for a second. Here's where I told you they look like they've got a baseball hat that's on backwards. Like, look how flat the front of their face is, and then you switch to the classic graphics, and it's like smooth as a jet. Look at that curvature on the helmet. It complements the shape of their head so well, and the way the mandibles come up to connect. And then here it's just like, boom, baseball cap. And then also how thin the waist is. Not a fan. They look kind of silly. And then they got these weird hooves. Look at these weird hooves they have. Instead of the big, like, toes. But we just had too many teams with the Master Chief Collection, especially with PvP. CEA was more disconnected. Really? CEA was more disconnected? I like the anniversary ambience used some of the classic ambiences too. Yeah, it did, didn't it? Here. I do wish it was more foggy though. Because look, you can see just shadows moving around. But if you switch to the classic graphic, or if you switch to the anniversary graphics, it's like I can see visibly, clear as day, everything that's going on down there. There isn't nearly enough fog. Which, to be honest, seems like a problem, I guess, that a lot of modern games have. Like, I don't know, low visibility is this, like, thing that a lot of modern games, or I guess, you know, during this period, were, like, deathly afraid of, devs. And I feel like surely it couldn't be, like, a resource thing, like a performance thing. Because the original game is less graphically intensive, and it's able to shroud down there with darkness, right? I don't know, maybe Dev could shed some light. I hate their bullet heads. Is that what you call it? Bullet head? Yeah, bullet head. They look kind of like bullets. We tried to get more fog. Oh boy, here we go. Vanilla Halo 2, while also echoing other comments. Oh, Vanilla Halo 2, that's what you meant. It would be interesting if each Forerunner installation used their own distinct Sentinel designs with unique models instead of just different lights and textures. That would be cool, wouldn't it? It would also kind of keep in the theme of, like, what Bungie was doing. Because even, like, the different Halo rings during the Bungie years had their own monk chant associated with them. And that was kind of like an idea that was dropped with the transition to 343. Making cheap fog is a modern game problem? Gotcha, okay. So it's not just like a developers forgot how to do low visibility or are scared of it. It's like a cheap fog is hard to do with high graphical fidelity. Yeah, because the flood environments, I think, in the anniversary are maybe one miss. It's kind of like, look, you can feel the mist hanging in the air. Where here, it's very, I don't know, like you can see that the assets are here, but they're so transparent. You can easily see through them. Does it really make a difference if you I guess I'm seeing it like, in like an editing software where you've got the opacity set to like 10%, does it really do a huge performance impact if you were to crank that baby up? Or does it not work like that? Should have taken inspirations from for the Hellhounds from Call of Duty Zombies, just saying. Well, hang on, you say that. I remember in Black Ops 3, the fog looking busted as shit during the Hellhound rounds.
Close your jaws, or I shall bind them shut.
Oh my god, he's screaming in pain.
Hold your fire.
I wondered who the prophets would send to silence me. An arbiter, unflattered.
He's using a hollow drill. He must be close. Come
Yeah,
on,
look how much
we may
longer the shape of their head was in the original graphics. I love the look of the classic Elites. It's just rendered with different methods. Some of the old ways are harder to do than they are now, but fog is a hella performance risk in modern game rendering. Gotcha. That, I guess, explains some of the loss of atmosphere. I always just thought it was like, devs don't get it. You gotta have more fog. I wish that it was easier to mod the Saber aspect of MCC, because I'd love to be able to see if modders could, like, you know, touch aspects of the remasters that fall short a little bit, like the fog.
Stand firm. The flood.
As someone who enjoys Dear Eisendrache, I can confirm that the fog is kind of dookie. It looks nothing like Black Ops 1 or World at War. Yeah, the fog looks straight up ass in Black Ops 3. Like, it's so bad looking. Like, it gets really bright and then calms and quiets down. Like, it looks like it's glowing or something. Like, it looks like busted. If we made it for the Xbox Series X, it wouldn't have been made. It would not have been much of an issue. Yeah, I remember Halo 2 Anniversary. It was the only game in the MCC that ran at 900p. Everything else was 1080p, and that was kind of like controversial. I mean, in my opinion, it was like fucking stupid. The controversy surrounding it. You know, because that was also the time when Xbox... I remember the game. It was Call of Duty Ghosts that unfortunately kind of was the horn, you know, that signaled the console warriors to jump to action. Because it came out that the PS4 copy of Call of Duty Ghosts would be 1080p. Well, the Xbox One version, that would be 720p. And after that, the entire internet turned into pixel counters, where they were up every Xbox One game's ass about what its internal resolution was. And I remember when Halo 2 Anniversary, Microsoft announced it would be 900p. It's just like, holy shit, some of the stupid things. Like, I don't care if it's 900p. Do you see what the pixels are rendering? Even after Halo 5 came out, this still looked better as a Halo game. Like, models were self-shadowing and stuff. It wasn't until Halo Infinite on PC with ray tracing enabled, only in the multiplayer mode, did the Halo engine finally have, like, real self-shadowing and stuff. Halo 2 Anniversary was awesome. Yeah, let me... Remember the cool Spec Ops grunt I showed some time ago? The artist isn't taking commissions anymore due to becoming an official artist for Space King. What's Space King? And that's awesome that that person got picked up.
It seems you only look tough.
It was controversial because most people don't understand that rendering resolution is different than display. Yeah, people are just fucking stupid. I feel like people would probably lose their goddamn minds if they learned that not every asset in a game's graphics are rendered at, you know, native resolution. Like, people would probably go crazy if they learned that most explosions and particle effects and visual effects and fog and clouds, all of those are rendered at much, much, much lower resolutions. Praise be to Space King. Okay, what is Space King? Space King's an animated series in 4K. Okay, gotcha. You know what? I think I had an insane Warhammer brainworm, like, a little while ago. Like, it was powerful. It hit really hard. It kind of hit me like a truck. And I think I've heard of Space King from my misadventures with that Warhammer brainworm.
Is that your worst?
Will campaign evolve to have self-shadowing? It seems like it does. It does have self-shadowing, and it looks great. It also has motion blur, which it's the Unreal Engine motion blur, which looks kind of like fuzzy and pixelated, and it's kind of like weird and artifacty around objects, but it looks fine. I do wish that per pixel motion blur wasn't so, like, you know, performance intensive, because I bet it would look really sick with per pixel motion blur. Oh, I meant the one that replaced the Incubus track. It's low-key just a prog metal track, which is a sound that I wish Halo would delve into more. Yeah, I feel like they're especially now that, like, the early 2000s are back, I feel like there is room in people's hearts for Halo to kind of have a project that released with, like, rock and metal. But that would require Microsoft to, you know, have some personality. Oh my god, this elevator ride's almost over. Can the motion blur be tuned down or turned off? Yes, of course it can. It can be turned off. Do not worry. All of those options you need are there. There is also a contrast and brightness slider, which means if, you know, you're sensitive to things like the bloom and the flare, like, you can also adjust your contrast and your brightness levels so that the game looks less, like, blinding when stuff is going off. Which, here's some praise I'm going to be giving to Combat Evolved the Anniversary. On the Xbox 360, it has a contrast and a brightness slider, which is awesome. And for some reason, it was not brought into the MCC version. Because something I love doing on the 360 is for 2 Betrayals, that mission, I take the contrast and I'd actually crank it up. That way, the darkness was a lot more dark. And it made the level feel a lot moodier in the Anniversary graphics. What Matt said. I'm happy he's found stable income, but I'm bummed that I couldn't realize all my Spec Ops character vehicle designs by commissioning him. Maybe you could get, like, somebody else to carry the flame and You know? Keep it going. The post-rock stuff in Infinite's multiplayer was cool. Even that would have been nice to see return. Yeah, some of the post-rock stuff was cool in Infinite's multiplayer. I love the brutes throwing grenades animation when Berserk in this game because it's so unfinished. God, the brutes are so goddamn janky in this game. God. Look at those guys. You know, this game is so interesting because Halo 2 really was that transition point for the aesthetic of Halo between CE and what its version of the Halo universe was in Halo 3. Because look, here, you can still see a bit of that plantness in the Flood. You can see, like, that they're bioluminescent water balloons, essentially. Like, they're glowing in the dark. You know, their feet look a little bit more like roots. And then by Halo 3, they had fully adopted the more, well, you know, this, where they look kind of like flesh. And they look more like nerve endings and stuff. Like they kind of, by the time of Halo 3, all of the plant inspiration was like gone. One day, the Halo 2 and 3 fuel rod will make a return. My personal favorite design. You know, I like that one too. Though props to the fuel rod gun. It had a very, well, I say had like past tense. No, the fuel rod gun's coming back. There has never been a bad looking fuel rod gun. All of them are awesome. Since this chat didn't hear it, I'm pro classic graphics, and Halo CE Anniversary's visuals don't do it for me. I'm not offended. Oh yeah, Dev, even though he worked on Halo Combat Evolved Anniversary and helped the project come together, he prefers classic graphics. He prefers the look of the original games, as intended. So poo-pooing the classic graphics will not offend him. So if any of you guys are curious about artistic choices made with the classic graphics, like, it's okay, you can ask him. He won't be like, what are you talking about? That's my baby. Alright. I wonder if you can overcharge a plasma pistol to kill these guys. No. Okay, you can't. I just had that thought, that's why I had to try. If you couldn't get infected by Flood infection forms, would you eat it? What does it taste like, do you think? No, I wouldn't eat it. Are you kidding me? I would not eat it at all. Like, its behavior, the way that it behaves, I would not want to eat it. Because it has, like, no sense of self-preservation. It just really, really wants to get close to you. And not in, like a cute, like, oh my god, my dog is being adorable way. Like, it wants to do something malicious. It's desperately trying to get close to me, and it's willing to sacrifice itself. I don't want to let it get near me. I definitely don't want to be eating it. It's not acting like something normal. You know, it's parasitic, the way that it's acting. I can't argue with that. The only thing I can appreciate, though, with Halo 5s is the reload. Halo 5's fuel rod gun looks cool. It just looks like a fuel rod gun. Spartan Strike. Oh, are we talking about the Spartan games? Dude, the Spartan games are great. Like, has the Halo community matured to the point where we can stop pretending that those Spartan mobile games were bad? Because that was like the most annoying thing the Halo community was doing for a while. It was like, well, at least it's not Spartan Strike. Pretending to hate the mobile spin-off Halo games is not a replacement for a personality or a sense of humor. Those games were fine. Spartan Strike, in fact, is great. Same as Spartan Assault. They're twin-stick shooters built for phones in the early to mid-2010s. I love I love that the thing you eat's behavior in its living state is a factor for you. Yeah. Dude, if I owned cows, I don't think I'd ever be able to touch beef again. And in fact, I already kinda don't like eating beef. Like meat, if it was easy to not eat meat, like if fake meat, you know, wasn't usually more expensive, and hard to get a hold of, and kind of, you know, there isn't as much variety, I would probably not eat meat, just because I'm like, it was a guy. It was a guy. I don't want to eat a guy. Halo Wars was a bigger letdown. For you? You didn't like Halo Wars? I couldn't beat Spartan Strike as a kid, so I think it's garbage. What do you mean you couldn't beat Spartan Strike? The game's easy, man. You guys are food. Well, yeah, okay, you know what? By that logic, you're food. But I'm not going to eat you. Number one, because that would be illegal. But number two, because it's also like you're like sentient. You have like little guy thoughts. Yo, why the heck is fake meat more expensive? It's all plant matter, innit? Well, I think it's due to the way that it's made. Like the process of constructing fake meat ends with it ultimately being more expensive than regular meat. Like I wish that we could have fake meat just locked the fuck down, you know? Like if I was a billionaire, that would be one of the things that I would be, like, one of the ways that I would redistribute my wealth for the betterment of mankind, if I just suddenly had access to that much money, would be immediately, like, doing shit tons of investment in standardizing, researching, perfecting the process of creating fake meat, and emulating the taste of all different meats. I would give a shit ton of funding to that. And figuring out how we can do it in a more cost-effective way. And then I would personally run to those farms where they have like all the little guys, like the chickens and the cows. And I'd fling open the gates and I'd be like, go, run, be free. That's what I would do. After having waited so long, I must concur. The only problem is finding and deciding on a real artist versus Covenant Designs. Any suggestion that you would recommend? Halo Twitter is full of really talented artists. A lot of folk who are up and coming as well. It depends on the aesthetic you're trying to go for, because I think that there's a lot of artists that are like really, they're really locked into their specific aesthetics and they kind of know them. Look at this.
It's covered.
Look at this hologram here. Guys. Dare I say that's an area where the anniversary graphics, I think, gets the hologram down better than the original.
Arbiter, where is he?
I'm a carnivore, but here in Portland, it's the space race for veggie and meat and cheese alternatives. That's a funny way to describe it, a space race.
Get everyone back to the ship.
Beef subsidies offsetting the price will also not enough. Yeah. Look at that. Look at the hologram. That's the original graphics where I can like see that it's a 3D object. I can even see
Keep your blade handy. I doubt the cable
some you know, the pixels getting a little bit fucked up because it's a 3D object. That looks way cooler. It reminds me of the Silent Cartographer map in the original Combat Evolved. That's cool. Yeah, they did good work on that hologram. Oh, but right there, the cutscene, you know, Arbiter, his standoff with the shipmaster is paying off now. He just said, "Get your men back to the ships." What about lab cloned meat? Well, the problem with lab cloned meat, I think, is that, like, meat, like, it's the way that the animal lived, you know, like, it's as fucked up as that, you know, sounds to say. Like, hopefully somebody else understands what I mean. Like, you can't just, like, grow some skin and then cook that, you know, like, it, you know, the way that the animal was raised, the nutrition that it was raised on and stuff, like, all of that becomes part of its body over time, you know, and contributes to the flavor and everything. That's at least the way that I've heard it described before. It will be interesting to see if they can top this one with the upcoming Halo 2 remake. I'm optimistic about the Halo 2 remake. Not optimistic in that I don't think that they're going to make the coolest Y2K feeling game ever made. No, they're Microsoft. They're going to do the boring, bland, safe thing. It's going to look a lot like Halo Campaign Evolved. It's going to reuse all of its assets, even the animations and stuff. But I am excited to see how they take a lot of, like, these environments where it's very clear that Bungie had grander ambitions and they weren't able to achieve them. This platform here looks straight up like Halo 4. Yeah, like the Forerunner stylings, it leans a little bit more Halo 4-ish. Now I gotta wonder, how does Halo 2 Anniversary look on a CRT TV? Oh, it looks sick. Let me just say that right now. It looks sick because I've played it on a CRT. That was years ago, though. The same way you have vegetarians who refuse to eat meat due to animal suffering, you have carnivores who eat meat only if an animal suffered. What the fuck, Andrew? What the fuck? See, I'm a softie. I love little guys. I love animals. Not in like a tree hugger way, more in like they're just like they're little guys. And I already have to kind of like not think about the fact that I like burgers. I'm already like, I've like carved out, you know, a bit of my conscience whenever I eat a burger. But you better believe if I have the ability to opt out of of actually eating a real cow and just have like some kind of synthetic thing that tastes exactly like a cow, I'm going with that option immediately, because cows are just little guys. You ever seen that video of the old folk that are playing like on a with band instruments for the cows, and like one by one they're all coming across the pasture because they're like, what the fuck is going on? What are those humans doing? And they're just playing music for the cows.
One final
Just eat beans for the protein. Yeah, but like, you know, it can't just be beans. I know what you mean. Yo. This part is either going to be the jankiest thing or the coolest thing in the Halo 2 remake, depending on what their budget is like. Because, like, the sense of motion, the speed, the physics, and everything, with modern production value, there's so much more to the environment that you can do to convey the feeling of falling really fast. And if their budget permits it, they could make it be so goddamn cool.
The heretic leader is on the move. Do not let him escape. We'll stay with you as long as we can.
The Halo 4 carbine looks good in Halo 4 and fine in Halo 2, but it lacks the Halo 2 aura. Yeah, I agree. The Halo 4 carbine is a very, very cool looking gun, but it is not... It's the two circles there. The two circles and the way it all comes together with the barrel. And as cool as the Halo 4 carbine is, it's got a very different personality. But it's also like close enough that I'm willing to bet most of you didn't even know there was a design difference. MCC is sick as a whole, though. Halo 2 Classic had better map design, though, which is a shame because the Halo 2 Anniversary graphics are good. Halo 2 Anniversary graphics are the exact same. Or, I mean, the map design is the exact same. Or are you talking about multiplayer maps? Like, the carbine looks sick in Halo 2 Anniversary. Yeah, here's somebody who likes the look of it. Yeah, see, most people don't... Most people don't know that there is even a difference. There is, though, a bit of detail from Halo 4 that was lost on the carbine in Halo 2 Anniversary. Do you see those two triangles, the two holograms of the triangles that are right there, that are floating kind of around the green holographic-y bit? On Halo 4, those triangles are the Elite's numerical symbol. So it displays like full ammo, and as you fire it, those symbols will change in real time as the gun counts down to 0 in the Elite's language. And that bit of detail does not exist in Halo 2 Anniversary. Maybe because Saber didn't know? If Dev is still here, he could probably answer. Oh, he is. We went through a lot of rounds on that carbine for Halo 4. Oh, did you work on Halo 4 as well? Or do you mean for getting it to feel Halo 2-y? For Halo 2 Anniversary. Give the carbine the fart effect. When you reload it? Yeah. Let me get into the light. Okay, so here is the Halo 4 carbine. Here's what it looks like in the classic graphics. You can see that it's got the two circles there. It's got kind of like wide open here. And I know, like, you know, it's very, very low res. But then here is how the Halo 4 version is shaped. The 2 circles have been replaced with kind of this angular design here. Then you can see a bit of what seems like design continuity with the plasma pistol. Like similar technology there. Yeah, most people don't care. Yeah, those kind of details we couldn't really make happen if it didn't have hooks in gameplay. Gotcha, okay. So things like the carbine's ammo, they weren't even possible to begin with. Went from CEA, took a small break to help get the studio I now work for off the ground. Wow. And then actually came back to work on Halo 4 after July 4th weekend, all the way back then. Damn, you were bouncing around. Regarding my Spec Ops reinterpretation, I'd marry the Covenant aesthetic with that of the Forerunners and Half-Life 2's Combine, like the Spec Ops gear more explicitly replicates Forerunner blueprints. You know what would be an interesting route to go down? Hang on, shit. Okay, it's too late. Well, hang on, is there a plasma pistol somewhere here? Oh, you guys are mean. If I can find a plasma pistol, you can sort of see it. But, as originally envisioned, at least, like during the original trilogy, I'm not sure how the lore changed over time. Bungie kind of viewed Covenant technology as, the Covenant, they were mostly like scavengers. Like, what they would do is they would find Covenant tech. They wouldn't really understand what it is because of their religion and their views on, like, you can't fuck around with Forerunner stuff. Like, you can't break it. You have to revere it. It has to be holy and beautiful and perfect. So don't break it. What they would essentially do is they find Forerunner tech, and it could literally be an ancient Forerunner microwave. Like, that's really what it is. It's for heating up food. And the Covenant don't know that. It's just, it's a holy relic. They worship it and stuff. And they find out if you press this button and this button, the holy relic shoots a high heat laser beam that vaporizes anything in front of it. And they're like, it's a divine weapon. And so they slap a Covenant shell over it, attach a trigger to it, and now it's their gun. Like, it's a gun. When really what they did was they found a microwave and accidentally set it to high, and they think it's a gun. That's basically what Forerunner tech was, and you can or Covenant tech, and you can kind of see it in the original Halo 2, more so on the beam rifle, I think, than some of this stuff. Is that it's supposed to be like Forerunner-y sort of interior with Covenant shell. Like that, the hologram on the plasma rifle, it's the same kind of hologram tech that comes off of a lot of Covenant stuff. That's why they look the same. Like, think of the control room, the control console, like the look of those holograms is the same on the plasma rifle. It's because it's a piece of Forerunner machinery that they found. But I don't know where the lore went from there. If it just became straight up, like, you know, reproducing Forerunner stuff. Like, this level has sick wall art on the original. No, the map design on the art. Oh, okay, gotcha. Oh, yeah, dude, this map looked fucking sick in the classic graphics. Are you kidding me? Look at this. Yeah, a lot of the I guess atmosphere, you could say, is kind of like lost. Look at that. Look at all the lights. I do feel kind of like the intensity, yeah, it goes away. As well as I love the metal grating. I'm not sure if that's like something that doesn't look good when translated into high resolution, which is why a lot of like the gradings and stuff were kind of removed in favor of like 3D geometry, but at least that stuff, like a lot of the glowing decals. Oh, there they are, kind of. Wonder why not down there. That's all right. POV, you're a moth. Looks better with that fixed gamma. It was so assy and classic when we shipped on disc. Okay, we gotta chase after the heretic. What the fuck is going on? What? Boy. Okay, we gotta go. I can't sit around. There we go. Dude, this shot is this cutscene. This is okay. The only cutscene where Blur did a better job than Bungie. Yes. Halo 2 like dropped into like Looney Tunes territory. Like literally the last 30 seconds from getting fucking thrown up into the air to the fucking cutscene. Janky ass animations. Oh my god, let's get out of here. Alright, we'll just turn invisible. Let's go this way. Yeah, that cutscene back there is literally the only one where the Blur cutscene was better. Like, camera angles, animations, intent. Like, the Bungie one was literally, like, gameplay animations. Like, someone had the controller and they made Arbiter crouch walk through the door. We're about to find the heretic. "100% all classic Halo bugs are features in the MCC. They are features. They are part of the experience." Okay. We're almost out of here. Yeah, it's looking very Halo 4-y. A lot of line work. Look, camera's looking down at the heretic. Hang on. Look, we're looking down at him because he's Arbiter. We're looking up at him because he's got the power. And look, you're gonna see throughout this cutscene, they start to become equal, and then the tides turn, and the camera is looking up at him. It's right before he starts shooting. Look at this. Look. We're looking down at Arbiter now. And look, we're looking up at him now. The power dynamic has changed. He's now the one in control. Where when the cutscene started, we were kind of looking down at the heretic leader. Look at this. Look how powerful he looks. Look, we're looking down at Arbiter. It's camera angles, man. Pay attention to them. They're telling a story next time that you watch a movie. You ever wondered why a shot makes you feel a certain way? Pay attention to where the camera is, where the actors are positioned on the screen.
Unfortunate. Is edification?
I am the alpha here. The camera says so.
Oracle, great journey. Why do you meddlers insist on using such inaccurate versions?
That is the Oracle. So it is. Come, we are leaving this system.
How come those hologram enemies never show up again? Because it was a stupid boss battle. Because it was... The holograms are dumb. The hologram was dumb. I don't like the holograms.
Report! Both engine cores have spun to zero.
There's a camera angle here that they removed in the anniversary graphics that I really am mad about.
Sorry for the quick jump.
Because it's another cool camera angle.
I'm good.
But this cutscene's great.
Fine.
Ma'am, there's an object coming into view now.
Cortana, what exactly am I looking at?
Hang on. I'll show you in a second, okay?
It's another Halo.
Say what?
So this is what my father found. I thought Halo was some sort of super weapon.
It is. If activated, this ring
Okay.
will cause destruction.
It's this
on a
shot
galactic
here.
scale.
Now that you've seen that shot, like you saw it was Miranda was on the left side, and we were kind of using the interior of the ship as a window, like we were seeing what she was seeing. Here's how that shot looks in the original graphics, which I think looks way cooler, like way cooler. It's like this cool little I'm not sure if I think it's a dolly.
Both engine cores have spun to zero.
Like dollying forward, and she is in the dead center.
Find out where we are.
And you can see the ring in front of her, but she is in the dead center, her silhouette in front of the ring.
There's an object coming into view now.
Cortana, what exactly am I looking at?
So hang on, wait for it. Here's the shot that they removed. And they replaced it with something that's a little bit more standard, but...
Say what?
So this is what my father found.
This
I thought
shot.
Halo was some sort of super weapon.
It is. If activated, this ring will cause destruction on
The fucking arm hairs, they're going up again. I fucking love that shot.
I don't care if I have the clearance. Yes, ma'am. Where's our target?
God damn. I love filmmaking, guys.
Given what we know about this ring, it's even more
I
important that we
freaking
catch
love
the father with
filmmaking.
regret. Find out why he came to Earth, why he came here.
I love that. Just her in the dead center of the frame, like the... Can't see her face, like the silhouette of her with the ring, just... Oh my god. It comes together looking so cool.
You're on your own.
Understood.
Over the target in 5.
Hang on to your helmet.
Yeah, Halo 2 Johnson looks like a mashed potato person. Yeah, that shot, the silhouette really emphasizes how insignificant humanity's best is compared to the Forerunners. Yeah. As well as her saying, this is what my father found, and it's like the importance of the Keyes family and its history with the Halo ring. Like, it's just a very good shot. And also, the Jackal here. This is another area where Blur one-upped Bungie, because I don't know if you guys have seen the original cutscene. Jackal's just doing something. I don't know what he's supposed to be doing.
Make any more noise? I guess so.
Like this outside of that, the removal of that one camera shot, that is an area where Blur did fucking phenomenal work. Because the Jackal hanging out. Like, there wasn't a joke with a grunt initially. Sorry, I know I'm being annoying. Sorry, I know they're like, oh my god, take the remote away from him. Like, watch this. Like, just one more time, please, okay?
Archer pods are cold. I'll need to rekey the system.
Do it and find out where we are. Sorry for the quick jump.
Holograms by themselves aren't stupid. Holograms that deal damage as if they're actually using guns is a turbo stupid. It's as turbo stupid as Miranda's characterization. Miranda's characterization is non-existent in this game, which means it's inoffensive.
Say what?
Here we go. Here comes the badass cutscene.
I thought Halo was
Look at that. That shot still looks so good. And it's the dollying in is usually the dollying in on a person is usually the person's thinking about something. Like their world is closing in and we're focusing more on them. So it's like, what was going on in her head? What was she's like, so this is what my father found. I thought Halo was a super weapon, and then she goes quiet as Cortana's talking and the camera's zooming in on the back of her head. You can't see her face, what she's thinking about. Like, God, it's just a really good shot.
I'm going to keep a low profile. Once you leave the ship, you're on your own.
Understood. Over the target in 5.
It's some of the little stuff that's lost in the Anniversary Edition, the subtle camera choices, where Blur maybe didn't consider the importance of that shot. Yeah, so here we go. I'm going to show you the hilarious Jackal, where Blur took that cutscene and they made it way better with the way that they changed the Jackal. That is Galo. Look at the Jackal. And then this fucking camera angle, he's like all the way on the right. Like, that is badass looking. That was a good shot. And the shot of the grunt getting up, that was cool. But what the fuck was the Jackal doing originally? He was just like walking around like being a dinosaur or something. Blur making the decision to have the Jackal like fucking with the grunt is so much better. And also it's, like storytelling without dialogue. Like, it gives you a bit about the how the grunts and the Jackals feel about each other. The grunts are beneath the Jackals bully them. Like, that is an example of like Blur transforming the original cutscene in a way that's positive. Yeah, the Jackal was popping and locking. Hey, LNG, I love your stuff, and Halo 2 is a masterpiece, says Lan Har. Thank you so much for the $10, dude. I appreciate it. Thank you. You kick ass, man. And thank you. I agree. Halo 2 is a masterpiece. Another Galo for the one you destroyed. You guys are silly. Miranda is better here than Halo 3. There should be an option to play Halo 2 Classic with stencil shadows. Oh man, the work required to do that though. It's not as simple as turning on stencil shadows. Like, you would need to fundamentally rethink how the art is done. Because if you were to enable the stencil shadows, they would look cool in some areas, but they would break other areas. Like, harsh, aggressive stencil shadows out here. Like, when you go outside, like, shadows are a lot softer and more diffused because there is more light coming from different directions and scattering around. It wouldn't be so easy. Or it's so easy. Oh my god, the frame rate is all over the place. You know, this area already kind of struggled when the MCC first released. And with the 4K update, this area became brutal. And they never seemed to figure out how to get it kind of like under control. This is just like a really intense area. Yeah, but Delta Halo is where I would say kind of across the board Halo 2 Anniversary I think does a better job, because the original is like, oh, Bungie didn't have like the ability and the resources to make it look good. And Halo 2 Anniversary was able to fill in a lot of those gaps, a lot of those details. I wonder if that Jackal doing that is nothing more than an error of the Gearbox port. The Halo 2 Vista wasn't done by Gearbox software. What the fuck are you saying?
Artillery disabled.
Like, ah, Randy Pitchford.
Hang tight.
Easier said than done. Inbound.
Oh my god. That's seeing a bug in Halo, all the way up to like Halo Infinite. God, the fucking Gearbox port. Oh my god. Miranda's characterization across 2 and 3 is astounding. Tactical blunders that stain the Key's legacy, worse than Jacob becoming a mushroom popcorn bullets. Okay. Hey, okay, listen. I feel like you're giving Miranda Keyes too much credit because she didn't have nearly that much of an impact. But yes, Miranda Keyes is a very underutilized character. Are you ever going to attempt to get all the achievements for MCC? God, no. Oh my fucking god, no. That'll take decades for me to get all the achievements in the MCC. That is... I'm not really an achievement man. I'm not an achievement man. I am happy to try to collect all of those achievements at my own pace. Maybe ray tracing or path trace shadows then. Ray tracing, I think, would also require, like, because you'd have to figure out what all of these different materials would be and how the ray tracing would interact with them, but that could probably be, you know, something that you could do. Like, ray tracing, I think, would be the most transformative thing you could do with Halo 2's classic graphics. Unfortunately, there, at the moment, is no way to do that for classic Halo 2. Because, I think Halo Combat Evolved's Gearbox software port, there is potential there. In fact, somebody has figured out how to get very primitive ray tracing. And when I say primitive, I mean it's very vague, it's very broad. Not a lot of nuance, like Pillar of Autumn kind of looks like a hall of mirrors at the moment. But he was able to figure out how to get RT Remix working in the Gearbox port. Halo 2, though, I think the Halo 2 Vista port is a little bit too late for RT Remix to work. There's like a cutoff period for RT Remix. Any games released after that cutoff point, or running on some version of DirectX, can't work with it, unfortunately. More rocket ammo upstairs. Keep jumping. Really? Is there more rocket ammo upstairs? Halo 2 art director falls apart when motivated lighting. Halo 2's art direction falls apart with motivated lighting?
Here comes that ride!
First stream I've managed to catch. Just want to say I love your videos. They're incredibly entertaining. I'm glad you think so. What, here, I'm on the lookout for that. Oh my god, he is right. Look at this. I didn't know this was up here. Holy shit.
Got a good view coming in. There's a big building in the middle of this island's lake.
What kind of videos are you looking forward to in the future?
If I were a megalomaniac,
Halo 2's art direction falls apart with motivated lighting. I wouldn't even say this is like art direction. This just feels like cut back, cut back, cut back. I feel like motivated lighting, like you could it would take a lot of going about it on a like almost per room basis. Oh my god, guys, there's a ghost. Oh my god, a ghost. Oh, there's a chill. Alright, let's get going. I wonder if it's hard to make the sword look like it did in the classic graphics with the modern graphics. Well, I don't know if Devin already... So we've got a developer of Halo 2 Anniversary actually in here. Maybe he can answer. I didn't catch the answer earlier if you did. Why is it that the sword looks like this in the Anniversary graphics? Like, you know, the original sword, a little bit rounder, maybe like a little bit simpler, you could say, but you can see stylistic choices like the gas and the electricity coming off of it and the white, like a white hot pink, you know? But then here it's like dark blue. There's no ignition effect. It just kind of pops into existence like a lightsaber. I'm not sure if you went over that, but that would be super interesting. Oh god, I accidentally killed one of the ODSTs. Because it's weird, because even the Blur cutscene has the classic energy sword design. Apparently, this area is missing some reflections. Like, in the original release, there were reflections on the lake that are, you know, got busted in the port to PC.
Going to try and bottle us up on this side of the gorge.
On the contrary, Miranda's was responsible for the largest flood outbreak since the rings fired by parking in Amberclad over the quarantine zone, which gets hijacked by flood. It spreads to high charity. All right, all right. Well, you don't have to say it like that, okay? You don't have to do Miranda like that. I guess she did kind of leave her car running with the keys still in it, right next to a flood outbreak. I guess that plot, there's a lot going on in Halo 2, and I guess that kind of slipped my mind. Oh.
The controls to extend the bridge should be in this structure.
Good job, Miranda. I did. Oh, you guys tried to make it look more like the classic. Making it better just got triaged out to focus on actually broken visual effects. Got it. So it was like there were bigger fish to fry. Okay, got it. More human answer. Okay, so you said you kind of go back and forth on the art of it when looking at like the lighting and entrances. Do you mean here, like how it's so much darker inside? I can kind of see what you mean. If it is what you were talking about. I'm not sure, though, if that's, like... Because, like, I look at, like, this, and I think that this kind of looks like hot shit. Like, it just, like, doesn't look that good, you know? And not because of the designs or anything of the environments. Like, I think those are, like, a completely different thing. It's more that, like, it genuinely does look like shadows are missing, like somebody turned off the lighting. Like, see, what stands out to me a little bit more is the actual, like, the colors. as being like, okay, it's not the correct, like it's almost like a blue or like a white, where this is supposed to be more like brown. Yeah, without motivated lighting, everything telling players where to go is inversed. Yeah. I'm not saying it's better. You know, this is one room where I think they almost nail it. The original vibe almost 1-to-1. Like, this is maybe a little bit too much, because this is almost, like, Covenant-y. You know, like these weird coils. But I can also see why they interpreted them as being kind of like coils, like the texture. You know, but these like, wall patterns, like, it's like, okay, I get it. Yeah. You'd have to change the lighting, which you totally can do in a remake. I'm saying that you can't just add dynamic lights or ray tracing to Halo 2 as is to fix the problems. Yeah, you wouldn't be able to just, like, turn on ray tracing and that's it, everything's fixed, you know? Here's, like, I think, like, you know, the color of the stars here could be, you know, more like this. I think it's supposed to look more Milky Way-like, where this is a little bit much. Also, the fucking Prophets. Their holograms look so goofy. That's one of those what geo we got things, a la the Silent Cartographer.
Good, bridge is down.
Oh, like, just like we need pillars here. What have we got? What have we got that looks similar?
Roger that. Armor's on the way.
It's kind of the thing you'd expect a dumb brute would do, which is why if I do my own Halo rewrite in a bid to snag the index before the Spec Ops, Tartarus parks his brute flagship right within the court system. Ah! See, that's clever. Having Tartarus's Phantom that he's always flying around in, that's the thing that the Flood used to get into the high chair. See, that's clever. That's clever writing. That's clever writing. Yeah, that is something that seems more like something a brute would do. Let's keep slap tracing out of Halo. Don't call ray tracing slap tracing. Oh my god, oh, there's a chill. A frightfully frigid wind blows from the east. The spirits are restless. Ray tracing is sick as hell. You could shut up. You could be quiet. Wish there was an RTX style remix for the Halo games. It's being worked on for Halo 1. It's the only Halo game that can actually support ray tracing with RT remix, and even then it's sort of like busted. It's the Gearbox port. Somebody is trying to get it working though. Yeah, hating ray tracing is one of those things where it's just... It's a cool technology. I get that not everyone can afford it at the moment, which unfortunately is kind of like, you know, outside of our control. I feel like most of the industry wasn't. Most game developers were not expecting it to be like an unaffordable kind of technology. But after playing games that have ray tracing on the PC that Rebecca actually made for me, I love her. She's a wonderful wife. She's a wonderful wife and a best friend. I get ray tracing, and I see the benefits of it, and the things ray tracing does cannot be done without it. Unreal Engine 6, now with less stutters. Ray tracing is awesome when used right, which just isn't a lot of the time. Yeah. Like, playing Halo Infinite and seeing how transformative ray tracing is. If you have an Xbox Series X, turn on the ray tracing mode in the multi... Like, go into Forge, maybe spawn a couple of AI, save the map, because ray tracing doesn't work in the Forge mode. Then go into custom games and turn on ray tracing, and it transforms the way that they look. They look so different, just because they've got, like, you know, all their little bits of armor are actually casting shadow back onto itself. They look more full, more realized, more fleshed out. They don't have that, like, plasticky look, you know, because of the weird kind of, like, lack of self-shadowing that the Halo engine has. Oh my god. Oh. Yeah, hell yeah, buddy. Indiana Jones had great ray tracing. That it did. Example is Doom the Dark Ages. Great ray tracing. Yeah, Doom the Dark Ages looks really fucking cool. Dark Ages had fixed ray tracing, which can't be turned off. My friend's PC can barely handle the game on larger levels. I'm sorry to hear that. Well, I wouldn't say the ray tracing can't be turned off. It's more that that's how... That is, you know, the lighting of the game. It's like turning off deferred rendering. The cooler Forerunner lighting in Halo 2 Anniversary still bothers me to this day. It depends on the environment. There are areas where I think they actually really did a damn good job with the Forerunner stuff, and then there's other areas where it's a little bit more transformative. Like what I will say that is more successful than Halo 2 Anniversary... Let me try that again. What is more successful about Halo 2 Anniversary than Combat Evolved Anniversary is Halo 2 Anniversary's atmosphere, even when the artistic changes make the atmosphere feel different, they still feel coherent to the story, to like Halo 2. So it makes the Anniversary mode like a new way to experience the same story and experience the intention, you know? Where Combat Evolved the Anniversary just kind of consistently felt like something completely different and often not even gelling with the intended atmosphere, you know? Scary places look very bright and well lit and comforting.
They're all pouring out of the middle. Let's get in there.
Money is tighter and tighter, and folks don't want to upgrade every 2 years to keep up with tech. Well, with the everything that's going on in the world, it seems like you guys won't have to keep up with tech. Seems like tech's going to be kind of staying placed exactly where it is. Uh-oh. The tunnel lighting looks really good in the Anniversary. Yeah, it does, doesn't it? Yeah. This is an area where Like, Halo 2 Anniversary does look very different here, and it's giving a different vibe, different feel. But the original graphics look like this doesn't... This looks bad to me. And I feel like this looked bad back in 2004, you know? Here, let me give one of you guys the sniper.
Sir, are you sure about this?
And I'm going to give one of you guys also the rocket launcher. Can I not... Is that an empty rocket launcher? Okay. Here. Here. You are going to get the rocket launcher. And then I'm going to take these. All right, let's go get them. Yeah, it aged poorly. No. It didn't age poorly. It didn't look good out of the gate. It didn't look good. Like, there are games in 2004 that look way, way, way better than this. This has nothing to do with age of tech or anything. This is poor art direction. And it's you know, because Halo 2 was so unfinished. Because Bungie can do better. They've done better in similar environments in Halo 1. Of making them look, like, more aesthetically pleasing, you know? This is just like an instance of Halo 2 being so rushed. Yeah, like, you know, the whole thing of, like, it didn't age well. Like, I don't like saying that. Because I feel like that implies that, like, art has an expiration date, you know? Like, think about the original hardware that it released on. Think about the year that it released in. If it looks fucking good, then it looks good, and that'll be timeless. The thing is just, like, this did not look good even in 2004. There were better looking games. It's... Man, I would have loved to see what Bungie could have done if they had more time.
The Covenant
You know?
hold up in the middle of this structure. We need to clear them out.
It would be his brute battle cruiser, the Phantom being his way back to High Charity, but the results are the same. His throwing caution to the wind fucks up Truth's plans, which he rewards by letting Big T activate Halo. That's a fun way to make it all loop back around on itself. I really don't like the Halo 2 Anniversary SMG. Well, if Dev is still here, listening, these are just the models used for Halo Online, right? And they were just dropped into Halo 2 Anniversary because hey, it's a better looking model for the SMG. Let's just use these. Yeah, and I agree. I feel like they kind of lack the spirit of the original SMG. Which are supposed to feel kind of like these sleek little rounded machine pistols. But these look kind of like chunky, kind of clunky, very mechanical and blocky. And yeah, it doesn't have the same like personality. The look or sound. I guess both. Probably both. Dude, look at that. Look how fucking good that looks. Holy mother of God. Oh my God. What the fuck?
On three.
That shit looks like real life. That's crazy looking.
Status has been revoked. You okay, amigo? No problem.
Hate me, I love the SMG sound. It sounds powerful as hell using a Tommy gun. I know it's a Tommy gun, but like this, you know, whatever the firing sound was, whether it was something Bungie originally got, I doubt it. It was probably a stock sound effect. You know, that like that very, very tippity-tappity, tippity-tappity. That's the sound profile of the SMG. That just sounds so different. Like, it sounds so different. Like, the battle rifle, you can hear that there was an attempt to connect it with its legacy sound, and because of that, that sounds a lot like the battle rifle, even though it sounds like a battle rifle but in real life. This just sounds like a completely different weapon. Like, this is not a realistic sound for a submachine gun to make. Not at all. Like, you'd have to make a new sound. But I feel like this is just a completely different gun. Rather than try to figure out how they could bring this more like Hollywood-y sound for the SMG into the real world, they just opted to make it sound like a completely different weapon. I need Fossabot? What's Fossabot? Machinima mode, let's go. Hey, Prometheus, thank you for the 14 bits. Yeah, they're going to be adding, or not adding, the game will launch with a Machinima mode. Campaign evolved, you know what that means. Content creation is on the menu. Half-Life 2 was released back in 2004 and still holds up visually today. OG Halo 2's ruins look like a low-resolution, unclean power wash simulator level. Yes, exactly. Like, this game released around the same time as Half-Life 2. And it looks like some of these ruins look worse than, like, environments in Half-Life 1. It has nothing to do with the age of Halo 2. It's due to the rushed development timeline. The artists did not have nearly enough time to get these environments looking good. Yeah, usually if people say, like, that thing doesn't look that good, like, it's aged, or it's showing its age, like, maybe people felt back in the day that also, like, graphically, it just didn't look very good. That's usually also the case, because, like, games that look fucking great hold up.
The prophets promised to find the means of the Forerunner's transcendence, and to share this knowledge with the elites. The elites promised to defend the prophets as they search. A simple arrangement that has become our binding covenant.
Transcendence, huh? More like mass suicide.
Huh. I've never actually heard that. That's cool. This stream is sponsored by Dr. Breen's Private Reserve. How did classic Halo 2 look on a CRT? Was it any better? It was hit or miss. It was hit or miss. Like, I think most people don't care. But as far as, like, tech enthusiasts were, even back in the day, folk could tell that Halo 2 was rough. Because remember, there was the context of that E3 demo. Them hyping up their new lighting engine. And then the game comes out, and sometimes Halo 2 looks fucking jaw-dropping. But then sometimes it looks like this. There definitely was talk back in the day of Halo 2's downgrade. Like, Halo 2 caught a lot of flack for being downgraded prior to release.
You want to beat me? You best learn how to fight.
He's about to do an Amberclad.
You always bring me to such nice places.
This song is so pretty, man. But it's a lot prettier in the original. It's that damn choir. They're singing too loud. They're almost like screaming. Yeah, like, look at this place. People also said Halo 3 looked too similar. Yeah, there was even criticism of Halo 3. I've heard someone describe Halo 3 in a really good way. Halo 3 looks like the best, most graphically impressive original Xbox game that has ever been released. And that's sort of true. It's like the asset quality in Halo 3 was not changed much from Halo 2. But thanks to the lighting, it could make those assets shine in this insanely powerful way. I wish Marathon had that level of detail like Halo 3. I think... wait, what do you mean? Marathon looks like 400 times better than Halo 3. Did Halo 3 even have volumetric lighting? I don't think so. Lord Hood ain't winning any beauty contests anytime soon. Yeah, the key to Halo 3 is to never look at the people's faces. Johnson is like the only one that looks decent. But guys, look at this. And this is not like a simple instance of like, they just threw detail everywhere, too much detail. Like, I do agree, there is a version of this cave that does not look overgrown like this. But the original version, like, I do think that there is a way to kind of preserve the bareness without making it literally look like mashed potatoes. You know? Because I do think you look up and you can see like the almost like purple like sky. It's got this very like, you know, early 2000s look to it. The bloom. You know, that's kind of, do you see the blue light bleed around the battle rifle there? Like, there is a way that we could keep this atmosphere and make this cave here not look like it's made out of mashed potatoes without throwing, you know, foliage everywhere. I'm just not sure I'm the one who could get it done.
Good. Still no word about In Amber Clad on the Covenant BattleNet.
Yeah, like, look at that. See, that is badass looking.
They don't seem to consider us.
Where with that, you can see a little bit too much detail. So there's got to be a way that we could preserve that if we were to do a Halo 2 remake. Because those are the areas where you can tell it was just Bungie stretched too thin. Because you know their artists can knock it out of the park. Because there's so many moments in Halo 2 where their artists do knock it out of the park. Imagine the Alpha Halo chant was derived from random warring Forerunner tech or radio signal patterns, which the Covenant interpret as a hymn. That's fun. That's fun. I mean, the Alpha Halo chant, like the chants for the rings are not in universe. I mean, I know like it's like don't obsess about it too much. You know, the Covenant singing the monk chant, but it's definitely a musical thing. It's supposed to be, this is the character of the ring. This is the ring's theme.
Watch yourself.
Oh boy.
Honor guards.
Give me your... Hell yeah. I love the spot on Halo 2 where you can see the gigantic structure with that lighting.
Wait, go back.
Yep. Yeah, I'm thinking of the same place.
That's what I thought he said. The Prophet of Regret is planning to activate Halo.
Are you
Have you ever tried to get ambient occlusion to work in classic Halo 2? I've tried, but I'll show you. There's a problem.
Pretty much.
Commander, we've got...
So I hear. Index to activate the ring. I've located to activate the ring. I've located the one you found on the first. Same way the index.
Coming are thinking the exact same thing.
Then we better beat the men and meet me at the library. Secure the index, Chief. You take.
Yeah, just look how flat the lighting is, man. In the original, it's not. That's not an age thing. That's an art thing.
Charge me.
Now, hang on. I'm going to show you the issue I'm having with ambient occlusion, okay?
You like that?
All right. So here is the issue that I have with ambient occlusion in the classic graphics. When you turn it on with reshade, here I'll make it like super exaggerated so that you can see.
You know, I think the Forerunners built these new structures around the
Do you see that?
to protect them, honor them.
It bleeds through my assault, or like through my weapons, my view models. Because you can see it in the environment and it looks fine, but I don't know why it's rendering in front of the view model. And I don't know how to fix that. Oh shit. This is Rebecca's favorite song. Yeah, she's already doing that. I've been having the exact same one, hoping you could find a solution. I found a solution years ago. Like, years ago. I'm talking almost a decade ago. Someone helped. But, I don't know. I forgot the solution. Is she purple in the classic? Yes, Cortana in Halo 2 is purple in the classic graphics. There are people that will lie to you, deceive you, and say that she's blue. She is not. She is purple. Do you think it's an opacity issue? No. It's not an it's not an opacity issue. The ambient occlusion effect, it is treating the hand as a transparency. The hand is rendered on a different plane. So the ambient occlusion is just being placed in front of even your hands. Do you have CRT Royal for reshade? It's awesome, I do.
Sir, following your lead.
You wait right there, Perez. We're messing with reshade.
I don't know, maybe he fell asleep.
You're Perez? He's like, maybe he fell asleep because I'm just sitting here not moving. I think CE having Cortana changing colors is cool. Well, I'm about to ruin it for you. You know why she changes colors in Halo in the classic cutscenes? It's not because of her mood. It's because she is projecting herself using the hologram tech from the Forerunner console. That's why she is the same shade of green as the Forerunner holograms. Yeah, but if anybody knows how to fix this quirk of Halo 2 specifically with reshade, I would love to hear it. I've spent days messing around with CRT Royal. Dude, if you've got any, like, presets, feel free to DM me, because I'd love to know a good reshade preset for Royal that looks great. Here, you know what? Actually, we are going to back up a little bit. Let me take a look at the reshade settings. Maybe I can stop being lazy and figure it out for myself. Smooth layers, 2-layer. Let's see what 2-layer does. Okay, absolutely nothing. Yeah, this has done absolutely nothing. Not that I can think of. It's upside down depth linearization. Far plane. I can't remember how I did it. I wish I remembered. There is a fix for it. It's some setting you have to do. The Z-axis is putting the ambient occlusion before the FPS hand model. It's something to do with Z fighting? I don't think so. I don't think so. Like, the hands are rendered on, like, a different plane. Like, I don't know the terminology for it. Like, the hand might as well be existing in a different dimension, is the way it was, like, described to me. Like, the view model in this game. And so that's why the depth buffer doesn't even, like, see it as a hand being there. It just places everything in front of your hands and stuff. Godspeed, it's a depth buffer issue, can't be fixed. It can be fixed, because I fixed it. I did fix it. I fixed it. I have video proof, because it's a video on my YouTube channel. If you tried unplugging it and plugging it back in. You know what? No, I haven't tried that. I wish I remember what that person did to help me. It was something really simple, and it fixed it. It did. It did fix it. But, guys, it is 1:30. No, 12:30. So, what I am going to do is I am going to hop off for the night. But I had a lot of fun actually playing this with you guys. I'm Peepcast on Discord. I could send you the preset there. Yeah! Send it to me, okay? Ancient knowledge that can be recovered, hopefully. Hopefully. It's the video where I talk about adding reshade to Halo 2. Because I was adding reshade to Halo 2 Vista. This was before they ported Halo 2 Anniversary to PC. So if anybody wants to, like, pause the video maybe and take a look at my reshade settings if I have them on screen, someone can figure out what I did to fix it. But, yeah, guys, thank you, everybody, for joining. I shall bid you all adieu. Good night. Yeah, this was a lot of fun. She's purple, but not the vibrant purple of CE. It's more of a bluey lavender purple, which she then gradually became more blue in each subsequent game. By Halo 3, she was like this, like, almost like, yeah, like very, very, very bluey, almost pink in some areas. But then with Reach, she went hardcore back to purple. But yeah, and then Halo 4 went right into the blue thing, and then she kind of got bluer and darker blue with each subsequent game. But yeah. I was promised a 36-hour stream. What the fuck? Right, good night, pooping pills. I joined your server, but I can't find you. Late Night Halo, I think is my Discord name. You can just reach out to me that way. Alrighty, friends. I shall see you all later, okay? Good night, everybody.